propulsion skill that lets you fly at both low and high altitudes and move freely across the battlefield. The advanced version grants a floating skill. While using it, you can activate bullet time to fire projectiles with precision. Bring the full power of the rocket launcher down upon enemies struggling to stay on their feet. The swordfish syringe provides healing and a temporary movement speed boost. You can use it on yourself, or throw it to your teammates from a distance, and rescue down teammates. Become a medic, and be the support your team needs. The exclusive themed weapon, Winterland KAR-98K, has been added to the battleground and can be obtained from crates. It automatically charges upon driven, after which its next shot triggers an ice explosion on impact, dealing damage and forming an area that slows down enemies. Go check it out! Magic Ice Skins possess wondrous magic that creates ice trails you can traverse over. Other players can also move freely on the ice trail. However, note that if the effect duration ends, the entire ice trail instantly shatters. You can also keep display parts of it in advance. Don't forget to send out the ever-practical quick shot elixir. Drink it to increase your reload and weapon swap speed to help you get a head start and seize victory. Get ready for the new 4-seater Penguin Snowmobile. Use it to travel over land and water and make a snowball that trips up other players. Additionally, Penguin Snowmobile passengers can assist in driving the vehicle to make it go faster. At the same time, you'll encounter various artifacts across the map that you can interact with as supplies. For example, recruit the Ninja Penguin, Pounder, and fight alongside him. Each map only has one Pounder. He specializes in throwing shurikens at enemies and uses body substitution to escape from danger. He also restores health by consuming style beams. His ultimate skill involves throwing a giant shuriken that deals explosive arrows in a wide range. He's also great at carrying supplies. Do keep in mind that Pounder just learned English. You can only communicate with him via voice and text English. He's working hard on other languages. Help the gunsmith Holiday repair circuit breakers and get a valuable saltfish rocket launcher. Find the staff of some of the magic pots to get the wonderful magic ice skins. Or assist the apothecary penguin in concocting elixirs. The more apples of the same kind you emphasize, the better the rewards. You might even get special elixirs. There are many more animals on the map for you to interact with. Explore what they have to offer. Embark on your very own Arctic adventure. Right. Penguinville has its own surprises. You can use animal slaves to launch yourself as a snowball, which comes in handy for long-distance travel. Roasting Funlight has begun, and much more awaits you. Call your friends and experience the charm of the frozen world. Version 4.1 themed update time. The snow never stopped, so neither does the fun. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's Frosty Funland. This update includes tons of awesome new items, interactive Arctic animals, and a new amphibious vehicle, bringing you to all kinds of fun in Frosty Funland. The Salted Fish Rocket Launcher is a powerful weapon that launches projectiles, dealing explosive damage to enemies and creating an icy path. Players will slip and slide on top of it, making movement difficult. It also comes with a propulsion skill that lets you fly at both low and high altitudes and move freely across the battleground. The advanced version grants a floating skill. While using it, you can activate bullet time to fire projectiles with precision. Bring the full power of the rocket launcher down upon enemies struggling to stay on their feet. The swordfish syringe provides healing and a temporary movement speed boost. You can use it on yourself, or to let your teammates from a distance, and rescue down teammates. Become a medic and be the support your team needs. The exclusive themed weapon, Winterland KAR-98K, has been added to the battleground and can be obtained from crates. It automatically charges upon rhythm, after which its next shot gives an icy explosion on impact, dealing damage and forming an area that slows down enemies. Go check it out! Magic Ice Skate possess wondrous magic that creates ice trails you can traverse over. Other players can also be breathing on the ice trail. However, note that, when the effect duration ends, the entire ice trail instantly shatters. You can also shoot destroyed parts of it in advance. Don't forget to check out the ever-practical Quick Shot Elixir. Drink it to increase your reload and weapon swap speed to help you get a head start in Super Safety. Get ready for the new 4-seater Penguin Snowmobile. Use it to travel over land and water and make a snowball that trips up other planes. Additionally, Penguin Snowmobile passengers can assist in driving the vehicle to make it go faster. At the same time, you'll encounter various Arctic animals across the map that you can interact with for supplies. For example, recruit the Ninja Penguin, County, and fight alongside him. Each map only has one County. He specializes in throwing shurikens at enemies and uses body substitution to escape from danger. He also restores health by consuming sardine. His ultimate skill involves throwing a giant shuriken that deals explosive area damage in a wide range. He's also great at playing his life. Do keep in mind that County is desperate English. You can only communicate with him in voice and text English. He's working hard on other languages. Help the gunsmith polar bear repair circuit breakers and get a valuable Salted Fish rocket launcher. Find the staff of some of the magic boss to get the wonderful magic ice skates. Or assist the apothecary penguin in concocting elixirs. The more apples of the same kind you decide, the better the reward. You might even get special elixirs. There are many more animals in the map that you can interact with. Explore what they have to offer and embark on your very own Arctic adventure. Finally, Penguinville has its own surprises. You can use animal slaves to launch yourself as a snowball, which comes in handy for long-distance travel. Frosty Funland has begun, and much more awaits you. Call your friends and experience the charm of the frozen world.
And we are back to PUBG Mobile Training Grounds Pro Nepal Season 3. This is going to be our day 3 of our grand finals. And we are your casters once again. My name is Annie, and Torix is with me for the third time in a row. Torix, what is up?
Annie, A lot of things are going on. First of all, this is the final day of the PMTG season number 3, ladies and gentlemen. The week 3 is about to conclude, and the 5 matches that will be played around, they will be the one responsible for all of the action that we're going to see today, all of the chaos that's going to come around falling upon on the team. So whatever these teams are doing, whatever they're doing up to right now, today onward, they have to play it so good, so good. Otherwise, they're going to go out empty-handed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really excited, especially for some of the teams that did so well in day number 2. And I think there's a couple of gaps in between the ranks already. So I think more or less we kind of know who's going to be fighting for those top 5 slots on the leaderboards. And
Yes.
I don't know about good game, but they're doing really, really well. And they're still the only team, I believe, who crossed the 3-digit mark on the leaderboards for the total points.
Oh.
So you know what? Good game. They're doing really well. Hopefully, they bring that on to the next 5 maps for today. The last 5 maps, by the way. And yes, once again, the point system will be the same as the last 2 days. Still, that rank first is 10 points, which really helped, by the way. Good game. They had, I think, 4 chicken dinners. So that's like 40 whole points from just winning 4 whole games out of 10 that already passed. So really great job, but I'm also looking out for maybe Team Flash as well, who's sitting at, I believe, number 2. ASI8 is kind of making a name for themselves, but they need to climb up a little bit more. There's some teams who are trying to kind of climb and overtake them. And we have Weibo Gaming kind of fell off just a little bit last yesterday rather, and
Yeah.
maybe Alter Ego as well. I really hope that they're gonna climb up once again and hopefully redeem themselves in day number 3. And otherwise, yeah, I'm excited for all of these teams to finally conclude this tournament, this grand finals.
I mean, the final 5 matches, you have to conclude it on a very, very good note at this point in time. We need some chaos at the very least for the final day. And I do believe so. We are going to see the chaos coming around from the side of the teams, from the side of the players. But yes, these are the names that will be playing once again. They have played the previous 2 days. We have witnessed some of their performances, some of their amazing 1v2s, 1v3s, even 1v4s throughout this whole thing. And those clutch movements, those clutch moments that the team secured for themselves by getting those winner chicken dinners or any of those other fights. Or even yesterday, there were some fights where there were solo players remaining, but they managed to do a 1v3 out of the context, just eliminate the other team. Yeah, if we're going down, we're taking you down with us. But once again, the match schedule for today, it's going to be the same one. It is Rondo at the very start and Miramar at the very end. And in between, we can see the Rondo after, 2 Erangels and the 2 Miramars that will be played consecutively.
Absolutely, and it's gonna be the same. Hopefully, something different might happen today because as we saw, the Rondo maps are kind of similar. We saw that from yesterday and day number 1. Of course, it's just kind of too safe for me. Not as much eliminations as I expected, considering the fact that recalls can be done, and in their angle and Miramar, strangely enough, they're carrying over the riskiness and the aggressiveness from Rondo to Erangel and Miramar, knowing that they can't recall anymore. So that's a pretty strange, but you know what? That's the teams, that's their decisions. And I'm kind of wondering if Rondo just kind of puts a some sort of impact on how the players think and kind of put their resources in to these games. But then yeah, this is the overall standings. As I said, yes, good game has been the only team who they're the only ones who crossed the 100-point mark. And of course, coming in second is Team Flash 88. And yes, DRX is also worthy of being mentioned because these guys all of a sudden got so many points and had such a great performance yesterday, even getting those 2
Yeah.
winner chicken dinners, all of a sudden shooting themselves up to number 3. And of course, Burmese schools, silent but deadly. You can look at that 0 winner chicken dinners, but they're trailing behind DRX only by 3 points. You can see that from the placement points, only 2 points away from DRX, despite the fact that they don't have any winner chicken dinners. Maybe they're finishing within the top 5, and they're just raking up all these points silently. And that landed them at number 4. That actually goes with Team Flash as well. Look at that, 0 winner chicken dinners, but consistent elimination, 69. In fact, I think they're the highest. They have the highest number of
Yes.
eliminations for any team. So that's absolutely crazy. You can see how different these teams kind of prioritize how they get those total points. It's either from the placements or the eliminations. You can see Team Flash, they do eliminations more, and Good Game, mostly placement points.
That is absolutely true. Flash, whereas they have the highest number of elimination in all of this lobby, in all of these team squads, we also have inner circles that did come in with the consistency of those elimination numbers as well. They're only lacking behind 8 elimination numbers, but look at the point difference from 88 down to the 75. They're the second, I'd say, most aggressive team in this lobby going around right now after the day number 2. But on the 6th, we have ASI 8. The winner chicken dinner, they secured. It was just a 1 and 74 total points. We have EARENA 2. Alter Ego, man. Alter Ego. The initiation for these guys was so good. It was so amazing. But suddenly, like as the day number 2 started, as the day number 1 second half phase started, they kind of fall behind. After the day number 1 was like ending, they were somewhere in between the number 4, number 5 placement. But on the day number 2, they were even further dragged down to the number 8. That is 61 points for them. So they're really need something at this point to secure those elimination numbers and those placement points if they really want to like get back into their shape, get back into the top 3, be a part of the bigger picture of that prize pool distribution or the crown champion race of the PMTG Pro Nepal season number 3. But yes, second page wise, THUNDERTALK Gaming, D Xavier, HORAA Esports, up until all the way to the team Secret. I do believe so. The chances are very slim. There are chances, but they're very slim to the point that even a slight mistake or even a one bad match is just going to put a full stop onto their in their tracks, into their like momentum or any kind of like aggression that they could have pulled off. So they need those 5 matches that they are going to play tonight back to back in a very decent game style.
Absolutely. I mean, maybe those in their 40s in the total points, they might have a chance to maybe climb up all the way to number 5 or number 4 if they have like 2 or 3 really good games. And that's considering the fact that page number 1 won't move as much. You know, they maybe they get picked off early on, and so it's a very specific situation, and it's gonna take a lot of effort coming in from those teams from page number 2 to really turn their fate around, you know, turn their destiny around. But that's all up to them. We still have 5 maps left to go, and of course the money hill really will be going on to the Rondo if they just go on the aggressive as much as possible, knowing that they still have their recalls, knowing that they can leave one of their players still alive, and then they can have a second chance on the map. So Rondo, it's gonna be their last chance on this first map of day number 3. So hopefully
Yeah.
they'll, you know, take this opportunity and like stretch it all out, get as much points as possible. But as we saw in the previous 2 days, it doesn't seem to be the case for some reason. So you know what, I hope something will change, but probably not, Torek. So you know what, let's just wait for the chaos to occur in this day number 3.
That is true. We have to just wait out for the chaos to occur into the day number 3. And the initiation is really needed to be done in this map. Rondo is one map where we're saying after the change of the Sandhawk that you can secure those points. You can secure those back-to-back points and everything. But at the same time, it's also one of those maps where one slight mistake is going to stop you from recalling your teammate even after that reckless move and might just take you out straight up from that whole scenario, whole situation out of the equation. So you have to play the catastrophe map a very like softly and to the very edge, to the point that you're not making a mistake. The moment you're going to make a mistake, somebody's definitely going to try to capitalize that and take advantage of you or any other situation that can possibly occur on you. So with all those in mind, Rondo is like that double-edged sword. I do believe so. Rondo is like a double-edged sword. You can either get so many elimination points or you can give the chance to other team to secure that many points.
Absolutely. You can pretty much either use the others as a stepping stone or become a stepping stone yourself. So just it's just so easy to make a mistake on Rondo. Just be too aggressive and accidentally not leave one player to go near the recall tower, and it's all over for your team. You'd lose the chance to potentially get maybe 10 to 15 average points for the Rondo. So
Yeah.
just playing it smart. I mean, playing it safe is one thing, but playing it smart, balancing that aggression with that survivability is definitely important. And Rondo will really give you that chance to, it's like
True.
Rondo is kind of worth maybe two maps. That's my opinion, because
Yeah.
of the recalls, you get maybe twice as much points than you would usually do on a normal day, especially for the average teams. Not like the monsters that get like 20
Yeah.
points per map.
Oh
You
my
know what? If
god.
you're an average team, you'd get like 10 points. Maybe in Rondo you might get 15 or 20 very
True.
very easily, and it's really important, and it's really helpful to build up your overall points on the leaderboards. But yeah, Rondo is their last chance. This is their last chance on Rondo, rather. And so after this, it's just gonna be the classic Erangels and the classic Miramars. And after that, I mean, it's all over. After the 15 maps, we're gonna be crowning the champions. We're gonna be seeing who's gonna rank what on the leaderboards. And judging from the leaderboards, it could actually still change quite a lot, considering the fact we still have 5 maps, and the caps aren't that big. There's some tournaments where the top one and top two have like a 50-point difference, but right now I think it's around
Yes.
20 or so. So it could still change, Dorix. It could definitely still change.
Yeah, it is close to 30-ish point, 20 to 30-ish point, so there is a possibility of it being changed even in this map. If Rondo is really good for the hashtag number 2, that is Team Flash, I do believe so, they can easily overtake the other team that is at the very top, and maybe after this, they just need to stay consistent. And if they did manage to do that, imagine, even without a Vanilla Chicken Dinner, Flash managed to overtake the number 1 spot and take it for themselves. They will be that one team that will have that crown champion spot for themselves, even after 2 days of action, without a Vanilla Chicken Dinner. That is going to be an amazing feat on its own, with just those raw elimination numbers or raw aggression that you were going around, throwing around onto the team. You managed to secure that number 1 placement. I mean, I would love to see that. I would honestly love to see that, and that kind of an like aggressions or that kind of a gameplay. I need that leaderboard to be shaken down. To the point where everybody is panicking, like, okay, this team can do it, we can do it at this point. We have to do it. It's not a matter of fact that you can or cannot do. You have to do this at this point in time. It's the final day. It's the final 5 matches that you are playing for that $1,500 distribution, that major chunk, almost like more than 50, I think 60 or 65% of that prize pool will be gone to the hashtag number 1. So if you need that big chunk, if you need that big money for your team, for yourself, you have to play very, very efficiently and very good at this point, because you're not going to have any second chances after Rondo. Rondo is also like there's a chance of the second chance, but not exactly. The moment even a full team is going to get eliminated on the state number 1 or 2 or 3, it's over for you at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rondo is a really, really good chance to kind of catch up on points. Otherwise, you'll have to play around with the Erangels and Bear Mars. I mean, there's still 4 maps after the Rondo, but still, Rondo is a really good map to kind of catch up on everyone else. And yes, day number 3 like brings on the pressure towards these 18 teams mostly, because once again it's their last chance. And I don't know. It's something about like what's in your head at that rate, like your mindset. It's kind of like it makes you panic just a little, knowing that you only have so many chances left.
Oh,
And
yeah.
even though you look at your streams, you look at your screens, you look at the stream, and you see like the players, they're kind of just doing their own thing, but you'll never know. Right behind the screens, right behind their phones, they're already like yelling or sweating in their
True.
hands. It's I mean, I've seen like on site players, the nervousness is there. And so I think that's what's gonna happen in day number 3, and hopefully they keep their heads leveled, and just calm down and get as much points as possible. Stay consistent, especially for the teams that did really, really well in the day number 1 and day number 2. And for those teams that kind of fell off, hopefully they kind of reset, maybe talked a bit with their coaches, with their players, and kind of see what things are working and what things aren't, and they go ahead and change those things, and hopefully something changes on this day number 3. Maybe they'll get so many points, suddenly pop off, and catch up to the other teams. But otherwise, those who are doing really well, for example, Good Game and Team Flash, definitely they don't need to do much changing. Just have to watch out for the other teams in case they try something different. Because whatever Good Game and whatever Team Flash, Burmese Schools, DRX are doing, they do it really, really well. And hopefully they bring that kind of energy, that same consistency in this day number 3.
Yeah, you need to bring that consistency into the day number 3, and you have to make sure that whatever you're doing right now, it doesn't affect your full team morale or your team performance. Even if you're making a mistake, you have to make sure that it's your mistake and it's not affecting the full team. Even with this, you have to set your own self into this kind of in a safer spot that you can safely make mistakes without having to have any kind of reaction to it. But ladies and gentlemen, Rondo is about to begin. Rondo is about to start. Our first match of the day and our final day is going to begin right here and now. We have to see where the plane line is going to take us and where the plane line is going to be headed over to. This plane line is going to affect so much on so many teams, and here we have it. The plane line on our screen. The plane has taken the flight. Somewhere going from all the way south to north. That is, yeah. But oh my god, a Western side favored.
Yes, it's kind of like Jadena is a little bit inaccessible at this rate, but that's usually where everyone kind of drops off in. So I'm kind of interested in what the teams would do, especially those teams that kind of want to go to the eastern side of it. That's where their stronghold is, and that's usually where a lot of people kind of drop off in. But right now, I want to see the western side. I haven't seen a lot of Rondo plays just yet, so this is going to be a little bit interesting. What I know is the northwestern side might be a little bit hard for the players, since it's kind of a bit of a sparse part of the map. But then yeah, it's definitely gonna be happening. We're gonna see a lot of drop off, and it looks like Longho is quite barren. And I think there's some teams that will be going for Fongtun instead, and there's some in the Hungshan and the Rintia area. And then after that, there's a bit of clustering. There we go. Like where HORAA is, where APG is, Alter Ego, Inner Circles, are kind of clustering around the same area. But there we have it. We're gonna be having our first circle. It's gonna be closing in with Tanching in the middle, and we might be seeing a few knockdowns already. Team Secret, in fact, finds their first, perhaps maybe even second elimination already, and I can see something else popping up. I think that's THUNDERTALK as well. They have their own knockdowns as well, and you can see a bunch of things happening. There's TIANBA also in that area, DRX. There's HORAA, there's WEIBO in this vicinity, and this is gonna be ending not in a good way for sure. EARENA already found a throwable. That's a grenade, but I don't know where this guy was trying to throw it in. But Burmese Schools
Oh,
catches
come
Joker.
on.
This guy's not gonna be laughing for long. And there we have it. They still have a second chance. No worries. But hopefully there's at least one player that's anchoring towards the recall tower. Otherwise, this is not going to be a good look for them. But speaking of which, Alpha Gaming Zyro is going to be throwing a bunch of throwables towards the area. This gazebo over here, I don't know if it's really called a gazebo. Sorry, so sorry about that. But yeah, TRX also finds a couple more eliminations, couple of knocks up against HORAA Esports. And it's kind of like maybe a 4-way or 5-way between different teams in this area. So I mean, HORAA already lost one player. You just look at the leaderboards. There's a couple of eliminations as well. But hopefully, we won't be seeing an early squad wipeout, because man, they still have a chance to get that recall tower. I think I can see at least 1 or 2 teams already attempting to get to a tower.
Somebody needs to get to the recall tower, and he needs to get there ASAP at this point. But oh my god, W top! You were laying down, you sneaky at this point. WEIBO Gaming, one player eliminated like this. That's the second elimination they're gonna have for themselves. But Alpha Gaming, the one thing that I do love about Alpha Gaming right now is their placements and all of their full players being alive and ready for that action whatsoever. But ASI versus TIANBA is happening, ladies and gentlemen. On our screen, the grenade is going to go and it's going to take down one of the player of TIANBA. But I see in the meanwhile versus Alter Ego Alva. No way! He got punched to elimination. No, that is savage at this point, but ASI is also receiving a lot of damage as Crypto and Zephyr are the only two players remaining in this game. Zephyr moving forward, the S12K is going to make some connections, but not enough for the player to get eliminated. Now it's turn for Crypto. To get that recall tower and make sure that all of his players are back onto their feet. But DRX, in the meanwhile, they're going to lose so many of their players, and they're going to be absolutely decimated from the side. Down to the last player they are, where this last player, Hyunbin, is going to go maybe reach for a recall tower too, try to recall his team members in T versus Team Flash, EARENA versus Burmese Gold. There's the Xavier versus Flash, Burmese Gold versus EARENA constantly going around, and even IC versus Alter Ego. It's going on. It's happening. IC has that first blood advantage against the Team Alter Ego, but I'm not sure if Alter Ego or Team IC has managed to do any kind of recalls to their team members.
Absolutely, but speaking of recall, man, it's HORAA that's not gonna be getting that recall. And I mentioned this yesterday. These guys always get picked off so early on, and it's just taking a toll on their leaderboards. But right now, it's gonna be EARENA versus, I think this is the Xavier. Yep, Joker is still alive once again, but this is their second life, so they gotta, just hopefully that they don't go off and get eliminated once again, because it's just not going to end well for them. But yeah, they're trying to come in. They spot Paragin from the Xavier, and otherwise Sakura and Tourniquet both are needing that revive. I think Sakura can go ahead and crawl towards the building. They'll be fine, but it looks like Paragin will be caught up in the bullets of Nayuzi. But I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Yep, that is a confirmation of the kill of Paragin. So that's one more elimination for the side of EARENA. In fact, they already have 4. And speaking of which, ooh, that's a nice vehicle elimination. Tianba's QZZ will be falling by the hands, and rather the wheels of Crypto. And on the other hand, Nayuzi finds the Viso from the Xavier as well. We can see Crypto just trying to scout out the place with their scopes, just chill riding, There's a recall tower nearby, so if they're planning any other aggression, they don't have to worry too much about it. But otherwise, yes, once again, we're down to 17 teams. It looked like HORAA says goodbye a little bit too early on. And once again, guys, this is their last chance for that Rondo map. This is the last chance to get like a crazy amount of elimination points. But yeah, otherwise everyone's kind of chilling out. We're looking at THUNDERTALK. They have 3 eliminations already. That's like maybe squad kind of wipeout, if that's considering the fact that maybe that squad kind of had 1 player left behind going ahead to that recall tower. But yeah, it looks like THUNDERTALK, they have a good start as well. But TIANBA over here, we can see from the leaderboards, they have only 1 player left. They need that recall tower, and otherwise the Xavier looks like they've been wiped out. Not sure if it was EARENA's complete doing, but EARENA definitely had a hand on that. EARENA once again back to full squad, all 4 players standing once again. I think they found a recall tower, so that's good with them. And otherwise, just looking at the leaderboards, I think everyone else is pretty much a full squad except for TIANBA. I'm not sure if they're having trouble finding the recall tower, but over here, King will be falling by the hands of Sauce, but Sauce will be traded off by WEIBO Gaming. THUNDERTALK coming in as the backup. I don't know if they can go ahead and save King over here. I think they still have that chance. considering the fact that there's no one else nearby, they're just gonna be scouting out the area, making sure it's safe. And King has gone inside of the building, and there's another team nearby. I believe Weibo Gaming. It's not the last of them yet, and they know there's some information that Thunder Talk is nearby. So for sure they're gonna be acting on that information. But otherwise, wow, EARENA already finding another engagement up against Burmese schools. By the way, Burmese schools sitting at number 4. These guys are silent but deadly as well. Just second to Team Flash on that account. You know, not too flashy on the placement points, but definitely quietly climbing that leaderboards consistently. And yes, Weibo Gaming, sadly they kind of fell off, especially in the past 2 days. But yeah, hopefully we see some improvement later on. But yes, this is gonna be our next stage of the circle. It's gonna go to Danching mostly, and I think that circle is gonna mostly center on tooling instead. So a lot of buildings to go around with, but then again it's still maybe stage 2 of the circle. Maybe yep, stage 2 of the circle. So not too much to worry about. Weibo Gaming trying to get some sprays on Thunder Talk Gaming just beyond the blue zone. But Weibo Gaming, they definitely need those eliminations. They're still at 0. Ooh, it looks like that's a knockdown for one player from Weibo Gaming. They'll have to go ahead and crawl away. I don't know where the rest of their teammates are, but they definitely need that revive right now.
They definitely do need that revive at this point in time. But oh, Weibo Gaming, another player just got absolutely decimated outside of the play zone. But now the player is going to get into the car. He's going to move out of this vicinity and leave this place out of this action. We will have to see what's going to happen and what's going to be the next case in all of this situation. But so far, Jay is there, low on HP. He has to be very careful. He has to be very precise with the move. They can dive in here, taking down sprays on Weibo's order, but order is gonna say order to you and take you down. King, now being the final player, is also gonna go against the fight off of Weibo Gaming. Order is finally down by the hand of King. King will easily give that revive to his own team members. The RX in the meanwhile, they managed to get all of their players recalled as well. They were down to 4 men, but now suddenly they're down once again to the 3-man party. Weibo Gaming down to 2, finishing off all those eliminations that had into their sides, that they had in their sights, and finally they are going to go forward. Those 2 eliminations will definitely going to be a momentum setter for these guys at this point in time, at this engagement. But 16 teams, even after all of these eliminations that occurred, it just shows us that, okay, there are some teams, at least 12, 15, up until 20 players that did got recalled.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, it's going to be their last chance because that circle is going to close in a little bit too much, and it won't give them as much chances to get those recall towers anymore. So closing in, maybe stage 2 is about to be stage 2 in a couple of seconds, but Team Secret is going to be swooping in, but there's a lot of smokes. It's going to be hard vision-wise for anyone to really do anything, but right now it's a sauce against the world, and this guy's definitely surrounded by Team Secret. Might be a 1 versus 1. Ooh, nice one, getting a 1 player from Team Sauce out of, just by surprise. But unfortunately, Weibo Gaming will only be getting, I think, 1. I'm not sure if that was a confirmation, but at least he got 1 knockdown before Weibo Gaming fell, and they won't be seeing them anymore on this Rondo map. But otherwise, yeah, the game is not over yet for everyone else. We can see ASI8 going up against Burmese Ghost Master Ichi right behind of this wall, and Huzaifa is kind of trying to get some bullets in. Ooh, takes a lot of damage, and they get caught up by Master Ichi. That is also confirmation by Godspeed by Burmese Ghouls as well. But over here, we can see K2 going up against potentially EA. Oh, that was not a fight whatsoever. That was an assassination. ASI takes the last person down. But of course, over here, it's not over yet. We can see TIANBA going up against THUNDERTALK. I think TIANBA, yes, they managed to recall just from a while ago. I saw for the longest time they were only just 1 player. But right now, they recalled. And they are back into the game. Taking it back in the game, THUNDERTALK going back to TIANBA, and it looks like Aching will be falling. That is 2 more active players in TIANBA. Let's see if King can get a revived over here. Ooh, that's a snipe from all the way over there by TIANBA. It looks like THUNDERTALK will be saying goodbye. We're down to 13 teams, 12 minutes, almost 13 minutes into the game. This Rondo game is going a little bit too fast. I don't know if everyone has enough eliminations to go about to make this Rondo map count, but that's pretty much what's happening. We're down to 13 teams and 46 players left remaining.
Yes, sir. We are down to the 13 teams and 47 players remaining, out of which even SKYFORCE has joined in with a 3-man party, meaning they are lacking that one player that may or may not be a potential threat to the other team members, to the other teams at this point in time. But 13 minutes passing means somewhere into the vicinity, stage number 4 is about to occur. And stage number 4 will definitely bring out some chaos for the team, some chaos for the players, as it's going to make sure that the players are not able to give that recall to their team member from this point onward. So they have to be very precise on what they are going to do at this point. One wrong move or even a slight mistake will mean like an instant demise on their side. But wait a minute, Tourniquet, I think he got stuck somewhere. I think he did got stuck somewhere. Finally managed to get out. Alpha Gaming, the top on the rooftop for some reason. I don't know, in this area. But the fires are definitely coming. They all need to be revived. They all need to be rezzed up. There is the DPLUS Kia versus Team Secret, Alter Ego versus IC. IC and Alter Ego. This is a fight that we have been seeing for such a long time, for such a long moment. And it's still happening. Alter Ego is losing their players right now. You can see one of the players being knocked out, but can he get that revive? This is a very big and a very precise question. Will he be able to get a revive? Or there is going to be IC that may or may not come into the area to take that fight against them. It's a matter of fact that whatever you're doing right now, you have to make a choice, and you have to like live up to that choice from that point. Wrong mistakes will lead up to your demise, and the right choices will increase all those elimination numbers. Just like DPLUS Kia, as they initiated the fight against TIANBA, and right now TIANBA is down to the last 2.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're kind of watching out for a lot of these teams. Unfortunately, Team Secret will be falling down. That was quite early on, but we did see Team Secret did have their moments, but unfortunately, they'll be saying goodbye a little bit too early on. But over here, Alter Ego once again going up against DRX, and that is I mean, Alter Ego, they definitely need these points. They definitely need those placement points as well later on to boost up their overall rankings, because right now they're sitting at number 10, and it's considering the fact that they were sitting at number 1 with those, I believe, 2 winner chicken dinners in day number 1, so they definitely need to redeem themselves. Over here, TIANBA does find 1 elimination on their side. Ooh, DRX, what was that? Friendly fire, but it's just a knockdown. I don't know if they can recover from that. Ooh, Alpha Gaming comes in, kind of looting the place up, but there's DRX nearby, and DRX is very vulnerable right now. They can go ahead and swoop in and try to finish them off if they have the opportunity to do so. But over here, DRX is just kind of trying to reset as fast as possible. It looks like Win will be taken out by IC and SKYFORCE, and there's still the rest of FL. It looks like there's 2 active players on Team Flash left, so it's not over for them yet. I don't know if they can still recall, but yeah, that was pretty much it. But speaking of pretty much it, that was TIANBA. We're down to 11 teams, 16 minutes into the game, and still Alliance finds Alter Ego. Alter Ego definitely cannot breathe properly in this map. It's always action after action. Krypton just fell over there by the hands of Alliance, and I think Alter Ego might be trying to get that trade off against Alliance. And I mean, we have a 1 sniper over here from the side of Alliance, just making sure that they can stay alive. And it looks like 6042 is the last person standing. Hopefully this guy doesn't kick the bucket a little bit too early, because this guy is definitely needed to hold on to this team's place in Rondo. But it looks like, yeah, we're seeing a little bit more eliminations on the side of Alliance. Just 1, in fact. Haaland did get 1, but unfortunately they got picked off as well, and it looks like sooner or later you might be seeing the end of 4-1 as well from Alliance. And speaking of the end, it looks like we're down to 10 teams once again. BURMESE schools just got eliminated off by the hands of EARENA. It looks like it's gonna be credited to EARENA's elimination points. Over here, FL finds another elimination, or rather, a knockdown on their side. DRX trades them off. That's a trade for the knocks. But speaking of eliminations, we might not be seeing a full squad wipeout just yet. If FL and EA are still up against each other, it might be a 1 versus 3. FL having won and needing to revive. I don't know if they can still go ahead and get that reset that they need. But here, this is what I'm looking forward to. This is good game with 5 eliminations. They lost support. I don't know if they can go ahead and revive this guy, but there's a lot of potential eliminations nearby. That's SKYFORCE, I believe, and there's also the last person of Alliance lounging about nearby, and there's another team towards their southwestern area. So we're kind of just waiting for these guys and kind of watching them. They're holding on to their ground really well, holding on to their number 1 spot really well. They defended that yesterday, and so with that, kind of hoping a lot of things for a good game, but also for the other teams, hopefully they catch up on points, especially this Alpha Gaming with 9 eliminations already. Just absolutely amazing, and they're trying to hunt down DPLUS Kia right now, and so hopefully they can get as much points as possible as they need, because I mean, Alpha Gaming's doing really well right now.
They are doing really well right now, and the thing is, they have to like do a really great games, because if they don't, it's going to be difficult for them to like even maintain that position. But oh my god! Ouch! Alpha Gaming! You guys are completely running over everybody. Team Flash's last player just got absolutely decimated right there, and then the player was knocked out. The engagement happened, and I did not expect that to occur whatsoever. No matter how you look at it, I did not expect that thing to occur by the player. But yes, we'll have to see the next move by all of these players, what they are going to do and how they are going to do this, because at this point in time, at this engagement, what we are seeing by all of these players is the fact that they are ready for that aggression, right? The grenade is going to go. Alliance is going to survive. He is still going to survive that. Alter Ego, Ares is there, Rosemary together. They're throwing all those utilities. State number 5 this is. And this state number 5 is going to be very instrumental. You can see T-Mike's car in the front line, and Rosemary has spotted it down. Sprays were definitely going, but not even a single connection made its way. But SKYFORCE has just joined in. SKYFORCE has just came into the action, taking down some of the players, some of the engagements, and they are making sure that those numbers of elimination are going definitely into their sides.
Absolutely, and hopefully they get those points in. But Alter Ego, wow, these guys are still up and running. Come on, guys, you need more than 3 eliminations. I don't know where this guy was trying to like spray on, but Rosemary kind of erratic in their movements. Let's see what this guy is trying to do, because Alter Ego, they're in, I don't know if it's like the worst place, but it's in a horrible place right now. Their placement is kind of horrible at this rate. I mean, they're surrounded by other teams, and it's a good thing that the other teams are kind of preoccupied with each other as well. But it looks like Alter Ego kind of just lost 1 player over there, so they're down to 1 player left. And SKYFORCE, I see they're still on in the running, and they have to worry about everyone else. It looks like EARENA is also within the vicinity. Inner Circles has the rooftop. SKYFORCE is also trying to get some long range kills. They spotted good game. Icy took a bit of damage from somewhere out there. Their SKYFORCE, Godless, needs a revive. A little bit too far, and there's also GG. It's kind of too near and it's a little bit too risky to give up that rotation. But over here, it looks like DK will be eliminated off as this 9 team. So we're down to 8 teams. We're going to placements and placement points rather. So any team that gets picked off here at least gets a 1 point. So 1 point is good, but 10 points are better. So within these 8 teams, one of these guys are gonna be getting that chicken dinner later on. And I don't know, like, judging from the leaderboards, yes, IC has the most number of players still standing, and Good Game still the best team like statistics wise. So maybe these guys will survive towards the end. But once again, DRX is slowly climbing. They're like the rising star of these 18 teams. So I think these guys, if they survive this with EARENA, maybe they have a chance to get this chicken dinner. But all the while, Alliance finally loses their last player. But this one, EARENA and DRX going up against each other. Tourniquet is getting bombarded by grenades, but it's a good thing they managed to back away just in time. And there's just an exchange of grenades. Tourniquet still has 3. He can go ahead and get throw some up against DRX. Hopefully they're gonna be hitting something. And EARENA, unfortunately, Tourniquet just got knocked down right there. But no worries, they still have the support of their other players. Rosemary, unfortunately, will be the last person on Alter Ego. They don't have much points from this map, so hopefully they can catch up in the next map. SKYFORCE kind of suffering over there. There's one knockdown. Ooh, it's a little bit of a mess in this compound. Good game. Trying to defend their territory from SKYFORCE, and SKYFORCE is trying to push into the area, and Kaya is just right behind them. Godless is trying to throw some grenades, but Godless will be the last person, and with that, GG says GG. SKYFORCE got wiped out by GG, and now we're down to 6 teams and 13 players still standing.
Oh, 16, 13 players, out of which we have 3 solos, 1 duo, in fact, and 1 trio alongside of the team IC. That has the full squad remaining, but DRX is going to be another name that's going to be eliminated out of this match. They are out. They are done. IC is doing an amazing feat this time around, and if they manage to secure that winner chicken dinner, I believe so. I do believe so, that they will be coming down at maybe on the hashtag number 2. If they get that winner chicken dinner, they will be 1 step behind of securing that champion spot for themselves, and they will have those 4 matches to like play up as much as they want. But Tourniquet, beautiful shot, man, beautiful shots, and knocking the player down, finishing them off instantly, and making sure that his elimination number is increasing. T24 OP is also going to follow up as the knockdown occurred on the guy. Grenade is going, and it may do the splash damage, and it done the deed on the player to eliminate him out of the game as well. And now with this, we are down to the top 4 with 8 total team members, players remaining. We have 2 for IC. We have 2 for the, in fact 3 for the APG. There's also 1 for the Alter Ego. And last but not the least, there is the team GG that is also remaining. I do believe some of the 2 players as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we're down to 8 teams. Look at Alpha Gaming. These guys were popping off with 14 eliminations all of a sudden. I think APG's W top is going to be the MVP unless a Doc is going to overtake this guy. But APG nonetheless, these guys have a lot of points already. I mean, if they get picked off right here, right now, they're still having 4 placement points, or they have like total 18 points at least. And of course, Alpha Gaming, they're still up in the running. Zion just got taken out just now. So 1 versus 1 between IC. It looks like IC will be falling. There's a second one. Wow, get shot down. Doc, what just happened? Overtook top. I think this guy is about to be the MVP, and with that 2 versus 1, I think this guy deserves it. But yeah, I'm going to be watching out for Good Game as well. I mean, they have 8 eliminations, so they're holding on to that number 1 spot, I think, because I don't know. Once again, they are 111 points from day number 2, from the end of day number 2, and right now they have 8 eliminations and at least maybe 13 total points for this one map alone. So they're really pushing a considerable amount of gap between them and the other teams. But yeah, we're also watching Alter Ego. Once again, Rosemary is holding on to dear life. They've been a solo man team for like the longest time, and just kind of quietly blending into the background, trying not to get picked off. But unfortunately, Alpha Gaming will be trying to find anything, any sort of movement nearby. And I think they have an inkling that a good game is within this structure. They know someone's out there, but they have to tread carefully, try not to get picked off too early, because they are at the disadvantage right now. It's GG that's within the circle. Alpha Gaming has to rotate into the area. Rosemary is just by the border of the play zone, so they're just a little bit safe just for a little longer. So it looks like Alpha Gaming is on the pressure right now. I think they can go ahead and try to push in together with the blue zone just to keep themselves alive just for a little longer and try to get as much placement points and elimination points as possible. But right now, I mean, Doc and W top, they're definitely feeling the pressure of that stage 8 circle is going to be closing in a couple of seconds. It's just less than a minute. So right now we're kind of watching out, and this circle is just going to be what's changes this movements right now, because everyone's kind of just trying to play it safe. You can tell Rosemary is definitely not gonna try to go outside. They're just scouting the area with their scopes through the windows. And good game, they're not being aggressive right now. They're trying to play it safe. I don't know if these guys will like suddenly go ahead and try to peek and try to get like a pick off. But okay, Doc is making a little bit of audio cues, and it looks like there's a grenade cooking from somewhere nearby. I don't know if where it's gonna like throw in. It looks like it's from Good Game, and not quite seeing where that grenade's gonna come up from, but it looks like GG might be going on the aggressive. AE might be taken out, so I don't know if they got spotted, but Alpha Gaming is definitely trying to build something up with the throwables, with the smokes, and probably the flashes as well. But they have 3 grenades. Let's see how they're gonna use it later on. But right now, still the same situation. We're 29 minutes into this Rondo map. Let's watch out to see what the finale looks like.
Oh, we do have to see what the finale is going to look like, ladies and gentlemen. It's about time for the finale, for the first match to end and show us what the teams are going to face as the consequences side. Let's see. Grenades are falling around. Grenades are coming up. Team Alpha Gaming in the backside. They're alive. Alter Ego down to the last, and there we have it. Those grenades are going to make short work of the player. It is Alter Ego that's going to be eliminated, but GG, wait a minute. At this point in time, GG is also facing the consequences. Alpha Gaming is finally making a comeback this time around. They got that one knockdown. The other one is in the front lines. He gets finished off by the hand of W Top, and W Top is cooking more grenades to throw it on. GG's at this point in time. But Doc, he's closing in. Let's see what GK is going to do. So far, the Doc is going to receive a slight bit of grenade. Not enough for the player to get annihilated, but whoa, Kaya, you walked right into that grenade, and with this, within a single split second of choosing to whether go there or not, you choose to go there, and that annihilated your team member. That annihilated the full force of the action. Alpha Gaming is going to be that team, ladies and gentlemen, today as the first match to secure that beautiful winner chicken dinner.
Oh my gosh, I think Alpha Gaming had my memory serves me right. Maybe there were 18 eliminations, including the last person from Good Game. So that's maybe a total of almost 30, maybe 28, 27 total points. But yeah, let's see. We're about to see the team stats later on. So let's just kind of watch out what the final count is gonna be. But yeah, Alpha Gaming, we saw a while ago, like maybe halfway into the game, they had like 7 8 eliminations already. I'm like, what are these guys up to? All of a sudden they're like popping up so bad, and they're like bulldozing this Rondo, taking as much points as possible. But you know what, Alpha Gaming, I mean, they're still, I think, in like maybe page 2, page 1 kind of like limbo. So they definitely need all these points to kind of pull them up for G number 3. And if they hold on to this consistency, maybe we can actually see Alpha Gaming kind of like overtake some of these teams and rise up a lot on the ranks. But right now, yes, Alpha Gaming, hopefully they ride on this momentum and kind of get as much points as possible, because I mean, double digits on the eliminations, so impressive already. And then on top of that, like the chicken dinner that they had, and even outsmarting Good Game. You can see that Alpha Gaming, you saw a while ago, they even had the disadvantage of not being favored by the play zone, and still they worked around that. They stormed into Good Game's vicinity, into their compound, used their grenades, even though Good Game was trying to play it safe. And in the end, they got that chicken dinner, and they got that reward. So yeah, congratulations once again to Alpha Gaming for a really nice first map on this day number 3.
Well, that is true. Alpha Gaming did really, really good. But this is the same thing that the other teams can also do. I have to give it to GG, man. I have to give it to GG. The way they are staying consistent throughout the games, even this match, they were consistent. They were like, yeah, we're going to just stay here until the very end. Even if not the winner chicken dinner, we're going to have that hashtag number 2 for ourselves. And on top of that, some decent elimination points too. 6th placement and some decent elimination points. They will round up to 10, maybe 10 plus points even in this match. So we'll have to see what their total stats are. But also, what Alpha Gaming's total stats are as well, because they are the one that got that winner chicken dinner for themselves. And talking about the stats, it is 8 for Top, 7 for Doc. That's 15 elimination right there. Then we have Zyol with the 2, 17. And last but not the least, Refus with the 1, rounds up to 18 eliminations and 28 total point that this team is going to have.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also have Doc and W top with each more than 1,000 damage dots. So that's absolutely crazy. And yes, top from Alpha Gaming will be getting that 8 total eliminations and that MVP with that 1123 on the total damage, and the longest elimination of 297 meters. And of course, survival time. That was a 30-minute game. And yes, no doubt whatsoever, APG will be getting that number 1 spot. Number 2 will be EARENA. By the way, EARENA got picked off quite early on. I think like in the top 7, 6, 5, something like that. And they have 17 total points, because largely due to that 14 eliminations. These guys are absolute beasts, going on the aggressive on that previous map. Number 3 is GG, of course, with the 15 eliminations, mostly on banking on those placement points. And of course, the 9 eliminations as well. AE, finally, at least at number 4, they got a decent amount of points, but could be better. And yeah, we have the so on and so forth total points for everyone else. This is the match summary. Finally, looking at that 104 total eliminations, at least it crossed the 100-point mark for this Rondo. And we have 6 grenade eliminations, 2 airdrops looted, 1 vehicle elimination, 10k healing done, and of course, it's gonna be support from Good Game that has the longest eliminations.
That is absolutely true. He is the guy that has the longest elimination distance for the whole thing. But after match number 6, day 3, match 6, we will have to see what the next move is going to be for the teams, for the players at this point in time, what they are going to do and how they are going to play it up for themselves, what the next move is going to be into all of this situation for themselves as well. This is one thing. Like from this point onward into the overall ranking, like 126 to 90, Flash has done decent. Inner Circle is super close now. We saw them like at 60 points at the start of this today's matches, the day number 3, the match number 1. But right now, what they need to do is the fact that they need to stay consistent for the next few matches as well. If they are, they might just be able to take that spot away from the Good Game, or at least from the Team Flash. Both of the teams are like without a chicken dinner. But DRX, what are these guys doing? Yes, they are staying consistent. They are staying in the top 5, top 6 at the very least with some elimination points. But they need to do better. If they want to secure the number 2, they need to start doing better than this.
Absolutely. I mean, a little bit nervous for DRX, especially since Inner Circles is kind of crawling behind them by like 3 points. But of course, DRX is 2 points away from Team Flash as well. So from rank number 2 all the way to rank number 6 is more or less like a 10-point difference. So a lot of things can still change in this big chunk of the leaderboards. So very close in points. I think Good Game managed to put like a really nice cushion between them and Team Flash. That's a 36-point lead for Good Game. But still, they can't be complacent. Maybe they can be complacent in the second to the last map and after that. But right now, now they still have to get as much points as possible to kind of stop any other team from even sniffing a chance, even trying to dream of taking away the rank number one from them. But yeah, rank number two, Team Flash, there's a really huge chance that the RX might be overtaking them later on. So like hopefully Team Flash tries to go ahead and get as much points as possible and try to solidify their place in the rank number two. But of course, DRX, for their fans, of course, they wish the different thing. You know, they hope the Team Flash will let them overtake them and the inner circles as well. Hopefully, they can also climb all the way to perhaps number two because it's very much possible. But then yeah, the leaderboards can still change quite a lot for this day number three. We do have a four more maps left to go. We have the two Erangels, we have the two Miramars, and I mean, that's like potentially maybe 30, 40 good points for the average team if they really play their cards right. So right now, all we can do is kind of hope that our favorite teams are gonna stay consistent, and to the teams falling off, hopefully something changes within these last four maps.
Yeah, for the last four maps, we do have to see that. But ladies and gentlemen, right now, we are about to take a very short break. Do not go anywhere. Enjoy the highlights, and we will see you after this break onto the Erangel maps.
Okay, we are starting.
Actions, all of these momentums that the teams are getting. It's kind of like on a new surface. It is on the new surface now. As Rondo is done, they will be clean sweeping the Erangel maps against each other. Whosoever has the first Erangel will definitely generate the momentum, in fact, at this point, Annie.
Absolutely. And as we saw from the Orangles yesterday, like carrying over the energy from Rondo, they get a little bit reckless, you know. In the Wrangles, we see a lot of early game engagements, a lot of teams kind of rather than teams, maybe players getting eliminated a little bit too early, like they forgot that this isn't Rondo anymore. But then yeah, after that initial bloodbath, all of a sudden in the middle of the game nothing happens, and then after that that game draws out to like 30 minutes on a wrangle. So that's kind of like the pattern that we've been seeing for these past couple of days, from the past 3 days in fact. So hopefully Erangel will bring us a little bit more, you know, safe kind of gameplay for these teams, especially those that you know, like fall off so early on into the map. So you know what, it's just way too early to be seeing that lobby. But then yeah, we will be seeing that Erangel. I think this is going from north to south. I can see the Sosnovka military base a little bit far off from the horizon, and yeah, that is a flight path going from Severny, I mean like between Severny and shooting range, going all the way to Novorepnoye and nearby the Sosnovka military base as well. So I mean some places kind of seem inaccessible from that flight path. Maybe not Primorse, definitely not Quarry, Ferry Pier, all that. Maybe Georgia Pool with a little bit of cars or like footwalk, you know. And also maybe Motor Power Plant might be a little bit too far. Maybe Lipovka, but I'm gonna be watching out for Pachinki because that's a pretty hot drop, and also Bojok as well. Yesterday I saw a little bit of action from Yasnaya Poliana, and I think we might be seeing a little bit of a repeat. I can see EARENA and HORAA Esports landing on that vicinity. I think there's someone from DK. I just saw the sliver of brown on the name tags. I'm not sure if they're three or just the two teams that are be landing over there. But yes, that first circle is gonna be closing in towards the Rojok or the Yasnaya Poliana kind of area. Stalber is still also within that circle. But then yes, we will be watching out for Yasnaya Poliana on our POV right now. It's gonna be HORAA Esports, and right outside it might be EARENA. But yeah, we will be watching a little bit spread out, you know, but there is Team Secret nearby. There's ERX towards their southern place. But then yeah, they might be going ahead and rotating. They found a horse. Think we can find two people kind of galloping into the way. I don't know if they can loot anything in that area, so they're gonna be going ahead and trying to find better loot somewhere else. But they have to do it like really wisely, because if they get caught up by Team Secret, which is nearby as well, they're definitely gonna be watching out for early game engagements. But yeah, it looks like Weibo Gaming will be taking Georgiou Pool for themselves. It's a little bit far from the circle, and I don't think any other team will be vying to try to get this place. But over here, I think this is Novorepnoye. We have and SKYFORCE. But despite all that compounding from the teams landing on the same areas, I don't think I've seen a single knockdown yet. So you know what? That's a good change from the yesterday's kind of Erangel bloodiness. But right now, yep, everyone's just trying to play it safe just a little bit more than usual.
My question is, what happened to the one guy of Team GG's HP? Who did he fight with? Who did he go up against at that point to do that
Gravity.
kind of a damage onto the player? Yeah, maybe Gravity, maybe something else, because he's not getting his HP back for some reason. I don't know. Something needs to be done by that for that. But on our screen so far, it is grenades coming around WEIBO Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. WEIBO Gaming is facing some grenade wrath onto their side. One player is alone. That HP finally entering the compounds, going forward. Let's see, are they going to be able to take down one of the players of Team Secret or not? The answer is going to be no, as Doc comes in, wraps around his fingers on order alongside of Sauce, and both the players are down, leaving the last two players remaining into the vicinity, and one of them actually has a car, and he utilized that car to just get out of here as soon as possible. The other one, on the other hand, one of the other players of WEIBO Gaming, his location is not only just revealed, but also the team might just push on him. The team might just come around and take a leap of faith against this guy. They can get those eliminations. They might not be able to get those eliminations. So it all comes down to the fact that if you're able to like secure that number for yourself or not. But here we have it. Neko dive. This person's over here, and we are waiting for the engagement to start at the Nova Up Noah area, the Nova Up Noah angle, the team to like actually begin that fight against the team SKYFORCE. So THUNDERTALK versus the SKYFORCE, it's definitely going to happen, and we are waiting for that. But take a dive, come on. Take a peek, give your location, let the other team indulge you and try to like take you down. That's where you're gonna strike. That's when you're going to strike. Come on, do it. But TIANBA, nope, no momentum, no movement. He's just going to chill out into the compound and everything. But Jay has a very, very, I'd say, decent location into the back line. If he really, really wants to, he can actually maybe take down the players in this particular location. But TIANBA, come on. What are you going to do? And how you're going to like aggress upon the SKYFORCE is going to be a very major question right now at this time, because your whole team depends on you. You can see one of the TT players on the top of that crane kind of thing, and as long as he's up there, he has eyes everywhere, but he cannot take the fight for the love of God. The moment he's going to shoot, every eye from the SKYFORCE is going to be on him, and he will have nowhere to run out to. But TIANBA finally receiving the damage from Icy, and it's a knockdown going around, ladies and gentlemen. That's a knock, and Cheer is also down by the hand of Jay. Neko dive, it's your time. Push forward. King, it's also your time to provide the best cover that you can possibly from that top of this angle, but King's HP is low. I can see him struggling in that area. Finally, the player comes around, and 2A Rilo takes him down as well. Knocks out, confirms, and TT down to the 2.
Oh my gosh, finally. But all the while, somewhere out there, Team Flash gets eliminated off a little bit too early, and this just gives GG a chance to kind of like push them back, and DRX might be able to go ahead and get this overtake. But yeah, speaking of overtake, THUNDERTALK with that 2 versus 1, quite amazing play by THUNDERTALK over here. But once again, THUNDERTALK is down to their last 2 players. AJ, they did a nice 2 versus 1 clutch, just as we've seen. But still, it doesn't change the fact that they're half of their lobby right now, half of their roster. But oh no, WEIBO Gaming will be saying goodbye once again. I mean, these guys, I was really hoping that they could catch up on points, but unfortunately, they'll be saying goodbye a little bit early on. That goes the same with Team Flash as well. Looks like HORAA Esports. Oh my gosh. They're always going up against EARENA. Come on. These guys definitely need to kind of play this right. They already lost Sleepy HORAA, so that's 1 point to EARENA mostly. And all the while we were talking, kind of SKYFORCE kind of got wiped out over there. Not sure how that happened, but so what is happening? BG's Master Ichi just fell off a high ground, and looks like Lamborghini will be finishing them off. Bargain gets 0-2 from BG as well. What is happening with BG? They're down to 1 active player, but all the while, the Xavier, yes, they'll be trying to get these. Oh, there's also DK nearby. BURMESE, all the while, they got wiped out, but there is a third party. DX versus DK. DK fresh off from wherever these guys came from, while the Xavier's still trying to lick their wounds, still trying to reset. Oh, this is a 1 versus 1 behind this vehicle. Nate manages to get that 1 versus 1 in, but will be losing on to a combination of that Molotov and the shots, and it looks like DK will be saying taking all those eliminations for themselves, but it's not over for HORAA and EARENA. Oh, that's one down. To go HORAA loses on to a grenade, one down as well. It's just gonna be Ajaya walking in to the Lions Den. EARENA surrounding the rest of their players, but they have to make a choice right now. Do they disengage? Do they attempt to revive? It's gonna be a little bit hard, but it looks like Ajaya will be trying to get the other players, but right now they'll be having to deal with Neuzi. They get spotted. It's gonna be a 1 versus 1 behind this wall. Looks like Neuzi will be going for another angle, trying to see if they can get from this window. There's some shots coming in that's given away some information for Ajaya, and Ajaya, I think they have some bit of idea as to where EARENA is gonna be. They're gonna be going for the second floor. They might be jumping off to the first floor, all the while EARENA has been drawn inside of the building. Ooh, that grenade! What a great play from EARENA. HORAA Esports gets wiped out. Now we're down to 12 teams.
We're definitely down to 12 teams, and as the first circle closes up as well, the second has been made, ladies and gentlemen. This is stage number 2 on your screen. You can see close to the shooting range, it is the Team GG. Outside into the blue circle, taking the damage, is the Team Secret. APG is coming around inside that circle from the southern side, but I see Nova of Noah and Echo Dive all alone in that vicinity, taking that blue damage. The rest of the teams, everybody else, like 11 teams, 10 teams, they're in the circle. They're in a decent placement, but the fights are happening. DRX versus ASI8 is going to occur. It's going to start as QXZZZ gets taken down. There is DRX's, so is in this particular vicinity. Come on, so is. Are you going to be able to secure those elimination? You did the fire, you did the shots, but it did not connect on anybody. But finally, it's connecting. Okay, there we go. So is. He is connecting with the shots. I see in the meanwhile versus Alpha Gaming. The fight is definitely occurring every single time. It's Alpha Gaming taking the fight against the team IC. Back and forth, back and forth. There's also a third party. Wait a minute. TIANBA versus IC is happening too. Meaning there's a slight possibility we might be seeing a 3-way deadlock here.
Absolutely, and we're going to be watching out for that. So everyone's kind of just taking their places on the map. Alpha Gaming, once again, they were absolute beasts on map number 1, and hopefully we'll see a repeat of that in this number 2 map. And they can start with Inner Circles, which is nearby on another compound. Okay, some shots coming in. They're definitely going on the aggressive side. Just Refus trying to get some warning shots in. I don't know if it's going to be scaring off Inner Circles, or will Inner Circles take that as a challenge. But over here, we're also seeing DRX versus ASI going up against each other. And DRX does have the advantage of having this compound in the bag. But on the other hand, ASI, I don't know, they're not going on the aggressive yet. They're just trying to get a little bit of a better angle. They're just trying to swoop in with some cars, and Hyunbin's gonna be spotting them, but not much is gonna be happening. ASI, it's just trying to position themselves, and DRX, I think they might be going on to the aggressive side as well. There's another team nearby. That's actually a good game. They might be distracting ASI8 after all. So who's gonna be in a bad situation right now? It's probably gonna be ASI8. They don't have the advantage of having that buildings for themselves for defense, and they also have to worry about 2 different teams. There's ZRX just waiting for them to be distracted, and there's GG sandwiching them from the other side. But it looks like there was a knockdown on the side of GG. So let's see how that works out, and let's just keep watching. It looks like support will be crawling on the ground. It's quite unfortunate. K2 finally finishes off GG support. That's 1 down on the side of Good Game, while ASI, it's still a full squad.
Well, they definitely are. They definitely are a full squad. But still, one thing we are seeing is the fact that a majority of the teams are going for that aggressive fights, right? And ASI8 is going to be one of them. Versus GG, it is the factor. ASI8 K2 comes in. Ranzer has been taken down. Kaya has taken down Zeph. At the same time, Ranzer gets a third party by the Secret. Whoa, 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 whoa. So everywhere we're going, it's 4-way fight coming around. Even right now, it's a 4-way fight. Backs out of the team ASI8. There's also DRX that can potentially come at any time, at any moment. towards these team members, towards these players, and they will definitely come around at this vicinity as DRX comes in from the back, takes down the last player of ASI8. They're out of the game. Alter Ego, Team EARENA, in fact, in the meanwhile, good game has been eliminated. So all these fights, all these actions that are occurring, all these fights that are happening right now. Oh my god, look at this. Secret, after securing those eliminations, they're like, yeah, we should emote. We definitely are going to emote on these guys, on these crates. But Alter Ego versus EARENA into the kill feed, it's happening back and forth. EARENA, whereas they're down to the very last guy. I want to see what the momentum has been set for these guys. What kind of eliminations do these guys have? EARENA, that's 8 eliminations. They still have that potential to pull this off, this 1v2 off, get Neuzi back onto the full health as well after this. But Sakura, everything that is residing in Sakura. Sakura has only got 2 eliminations. But Krypton, from a different angle, was shooting at Sakura. That's why Sakura is like, yeah, I'm not going to stay in those compounds. I'm just going to go in the circle first and foremost, because the 10 seconds, these 8 seconds, stage number 4 is going to occur right here and right now. And I think it's going to go hard north. This time, it's going to go to the, like, Yasnaya Poliana, but nope. It did not go to the Yasnaya. It actually went to the centralized position of the prior circle. It's kind of completely into the open, but at the same time, you have those dip, you have those compounds into the areas where you can get into the safe side. So it all depends on which location you're going to take first and how well can you hold down your fort.
I got distracted by that car that kind of flew over there. But then yeah, kind of nervous with the leaderboards. The big 2 monsters, Good Game and Team Flash, just got eliminated off a little bit too early on into the game. So this gives a huge chance for DRX to overtake and take over that number 2 spot from Team Flash. Maybe not yet GG, but still they're one step closer to that. And also EARENA is just has tied with DRX actually. So I don't know if this guy, yep, I just spoke about that. EA will get eliminated off. I don't think they'll be moving forward because they only had 1 player left. It was just Sakura, and to that, Sakura was also picked off so early on. Now DRX has pretty good chance to go ahead and overtake Team Flash right now. They can get as much elimination points as possible since they're still a 3-man team. But on the other hand, IC, once again, IC is only 4 points away from DRX. They also have a chance to overtake DRX and even maybe Team Flash. But over here, Alpha Gaming, if they hold on to this momentum, there's even a chance that they can go maybe easily 10, 15, maybe 20 points if they get this chicken dinner and they get a domination in terms of placement points. I got distracted by Zyle over here. He's kind of like just dancing around, waiting for something to happen. But we'll be waiting for something to happen in maybe a minute or so, because that stage 4 circle is still closing in. Looks like Alliance is kind of nearby. Rafus is kind of positioned somewhere else, farther into the compound. There's a car nearby. They had that audio cue. They saw a little bit of vision. Just trying to get some shots, hoping that there's someone there. I'm not sure if there's anyone there. Just 1 car. And then yeah, there's TIANBA nearby, also clustered into this building. And we can see Alter Ego still a full squad, so hopefully they can catch up to points. Ooh, Rosemary took a lot of damage back there. It's a good thing that they can go ahead and heal themselves up, but I'm not liking this guy's inventory. Rosemary is down to 1 healing kit, so this guy's probably gonna have to get an elimination, maybe loot some place up, because this is not a good look. He's about to lose a lot of points, a lot of HP, and they only have 1 healing kit left. This is not a good look, but hopefully their teammates has some more resources to give away, and they really need those resources. They're practically surrounded by other teams. But speaking of which, Krypton spot Team Secret. They're doing the aggression for themselves. It looks like they spotted a bit of Team Secret, but Team Secret is quickly trying to rotate into the area. They're giving away their location a bit with their cars, but it's all right. Ooh, it looks like Jackie will be falling by the hands of Alter Ego's Snake, and IC finds Necro Dive TikTok. Ooh, that's a lot of damage being taken. The Team Secret's kind of getting picked off right now, and they're forced to move, especially since that blue zone is not going on to their favor. But otherwise, speaking of which, Alter Ego also needs to keep moving later on, but that's gonna be in a couple of seconds left to go, maybe half a minute left to go. Team Secret definitely out in the open. Krypton has eyes on them. Their scope could reach them, so it's just a matter of time before Krypton gets the proper angle for this. But all the while, Rosemary finds GG1 from TIANBA. But of course, TT all the while gets eliminated off as well. We're finally seeing the perspective of Team Secret. Zeros will be falling. And Jukai and Jackie. Oh my gosh, 8 eliminations already. This is a good game for Team Secret, but unfortunately, the blue zone is just not on their favor. It looks like DK might be trying to get go on the aggressive. They're going nearby to Team Secret, and they also have to worry about the other squads nearby. But otherwise, yes, it's maybe a 4 or 5 away between like different teams here nearby of the blue zone. But right now we're just kind of be watching between Alter Ego and mostly TIANBA, I suppose. They're mostly focused on trying to take down Team Secret as well. So it looks like TIANBA is not having a good time right now. They have to worry about inner circles as well. And we can see a while ago Rosemary is just bombarding them with bullets. So whether or not TIANBA survives this, we'll be watching that out, because it looks like Rosemary finds a Ching once again.
I mean, the situation is looking good. 8 eliminations is a very decent number, but TIANBA, wait a minute, TIANBA just got eliminated, but Secret has their eyes onto a different team. Secret, as they are losing their players left, right, and fourth. 9 elimination is into their vicinity. There is a possibility that a grenade can come in, the precise grenade from the DRX side that may or may not take the whole team down. But nope, it's not going to be the case, as the grenades are not approaching the situation. They're to 1 revive. The second one is on its way. He cannot go up. He cannot go up, because the moment he's going to like step up onto the first floor, there's definitely going to be the nades, the splash damage that can instantly take him down yet again. So be very careful on what you're doing at this point in time. He is throwing those grenades at the players, but Zaruz, that's a grenade. It's actually not going to do anything, but there is the DPLUS Kia. In all of this mist, in all of this chaos, doing a third party. It can work in your favor. It cannot work in your favor. It can go either way. Be very precise and be very careful what you're going to do. And there we have it. Zaruz is here, closing in. The DPLUS Kia Fabian is in the front lines on the other side of the room, but Zaruz takes him down. It is DPLUS Kia just digging their own grave with their own hands by just entering this compartment. But DRX versus Alter Ego versus Team Secret. It's happening. You can see Alter Ego now pushing 7 eliminations so far into their hands. 3 players still alive. There's Alva, there's Krypton, there's Snape, but the grenade comes in from Sayax. Takes down Alva. Krypton, loan that HP. The moment he's going to get out, that F12K is definitely going to connect. So it's all up to Snape to change his directions, change his locations, and get those eliminations. A number for the players. 42 seconds before the circle actually begins. He's going to throw the Molotov onto the bottom floor. He's going to deny that entry for the player, but there's a Molotov on the player. Snape, too. Another Molotov coming around. Grenades are coming, and Alter Ego are just going to lose their life like that. Sayax, the solo guy, remaining for the whole team of DRX, is also trying his level best, but there is also the Team Secret, and in the backline, the Team Alliance that has came in and entered this vicinity. We do have to see what's going to happen. I think I saw a Molotov coming around, but I don't see the fire anywhere in this area.
You can tell these players are kind of like all over the place right now. Just so many mistakes happening left and right. But then yeah, Team Secret is still up in the running. Still a 2-man team trying to go up against a DRX, the last person standing. That's Sexy. And I don't know. Sexy just held their ground so well. It's just gonna be zeros now. 1 versus 1. Zeros falls as ERX walks away, but not for long. Not for long. DRX and TS both, they get a knockdown, and now we're down to 3 teams. That's 11 players left remaining. Alliance has all of their players. APG as well. What just happened with IC? They got wiped out by APG all of a sudden, and right now APG little bit different from what they showed us in the previous map. They only have 4 eliminations right now, but still, the fact is they have at least 6 placement points, and now it's them and Alliance. Question is now who will walk away with this chicken dinner? Because honestly, this is a 4 versus 4. This is an open field. You can tell neither of Alpha Gaming and Alliance, neither of them have any buildings to kind of hide behind them. And of course, there are some boulders, there are some cars, but it's just a little bit harder to kind of deal with this. But yeah, Alliance, ooh, that's one knockdown. Halad falls, but the hands of Zayol got knocked out of their car. Now Zayol's gonna be going ahead and rotating out of the area. Let's see if they can pick out any other members of ELU6042 is next. That's a finisher as well. There's a 4-1 nearby. And Alpha Gaming still full squad. They're turning the tides around. They're turning the tables around on Alliance. And Alliance, I don't know if they're going to be fighting back. So far, it's a 2-0 for Alpha Gaming and Alliance on this final 2 versus 4 on this last 2 teams for this map. Ooh, Zayol's getting shot at, but my Guinea is not taking is not putting any damage whatsoever to Alpha Gaming. So they're gonna have to try once again. All for One has a grenade in hand. There's W top nearby. I don't see anything happening on the kill feed, but slowly but surely Alpha Gaming is going on the aggressive. They're pushing the pressure on to Alliance, and Alliance, they lost 1 player. Now it's just gonna be all for one. All for one's gonna be the last one. There's a Molotov burning towards the side. Bikini gets knocked down by that Molotov, and it looks like it's just gonna be a standoff. 4 versus 1. I think we all know how this is gonna end. And All for One, they're just thinking about taking at least 1 person down with them. The Molotov is not letting All for One move whatsoever, and that grenade just finishes it all off. Congratulations to Alpha Gaming. That is a back-to-back chicken dinner for these guys. Congratulations.
That is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. This is the winner chicken dinner for the Alpha Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. Alpha Gaming did so much amazing in this match. And what did I tell you? Alpha Gaming is definitely going to do something. They were contesting, they were going aggressive, and they will be finally making a comeback from this area. But how much points are they going to secure into their overall ranking after this match? As we are down to 2 done, 3 more to go, 1 Erangel, 2 Miramars remaining. So even if Alpha Gaming needs to secure more points, they need to do it into the next Erangel. This Erangel that will start from this point. They will have to secure as many points as they can from this point onward. The wrong move will instantly mean that your annihilation is going to be on its way. And if you're really good on that, if you're really decent on those elimination numbers, you can secure that at least hash number 3, hash number 2 for yourself, because number 1 is still kind of seem far-fetched off. Nobody has closed up to 100 points, and the other team already has 120, 125 points for themselves. So these diversities, these number of the difference will definitely affect the morale of the team as well. But what is going to be the stats for this game? How many total elimination numbers are they going to have for themselves? And on top of that, how many points are they going to secure against the other team? It is 8 total points with 18 total points in the game. 8 elimination and 18 total points with 4 knockdowns for Doc, 4 eliminations, 591 damage, 371 damage dealt with 2 total eliminations. Then we have 2 eliminations for the top as well with 295 of the damage.
All right. It's not as shocking as our previous game in Rondo, but yes, Alpha Gaming still manages to scratch up as much points as possible, and it's definitely going to improve their standing on the leaderboards. But right now, we're watching out for the MVP, which is DRX's Nia with 5 eliminations and 913 damage. I don't think the number of eliminations to damage is kind of giving any justice, but nonetheless, DRX is happy to have Naya on their side. And in fact, this is the match standings. APG still nonetheless gets that number 1 spot with 18 total points, but trailing behind is Team Secret with 17. at the total number of elimination points. That's a 14. That is, I don't know, like a 6 point difference in eliminations from APG coming in third. Is also DRX as well. And DRX, slowly but surely, they're climbing and they need to overtake Team Flash. And I think, in fact, they already did such a thing. AE, Alter Ego, I'm happy that they're going at least average, like above average, kind of getting a lot of points and slowly but surely climbing up their leaderboards. And if they keep on giving that consistent and maybe just a slightly bit better performance later on in the next three upcoming maps, maybe we can finally see Alter Ego kind of redeem themselves. Maybe not to the point of overtaking the game, but definitely I'm glad to see Alter Ego improving just a little bit, especially since we had such, like hopes for them in our day number one. And yes, this is the overall standings. DRX finally overtaking what? No. Team Flash dropped rather 3 whole ranks. They're number 5 right now. Alpha Gaming, Inner Circles, and DRX, all of them overtook Team Flash in just one map. And this is what I'm talking about, how little the gap it is between these top teams. Other than rank number 1, rank number 2 to rank number 7, it's such a volatile area to be in. Just one bad game or one good game could change your standing completely.
That is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. So far, these are the overall ranking. Like, look at that, 127, and the other team is barely even on 199 points. But DRX, they are definitely coming in consistent. We saw them at the hashtag number 5 at the start of the day, and right now, they're sitting on the hashtag number 2, ladies and gentlemen. They are ready to take this action into their own hands. GG needs to step up. I'm telling you, GG needs to step up from this point onward, because if they're not stepping up, it's a very difficult situation. But bottom line, teams 36, 36, 35 for the HORAA, Xavier, THUNDERTALK Gaming. We have SKYFORCE with a 37, WEIBO Gaming 46. And right now, everything is seeming far-fetched off unless you have like more than 70, 75 points for yourself. And I'm talking about all the second chart. If they are not consistent with the points or the winner chicken dinner for the rest of the matches, they're not going to be into the first chart or even in the top 5 at that point in time, because we saw like it was 69 points for the hashtag number 10, and on the number 9 it was I do believe so 75 points. So you are like behind at least 16, 17 points than the rest of the teams from the first chart, and that point coverage is very necessary. It can only be done with a winner chicken dinner either, or with a very aggressive map of going completely haywire with those eliminations. You need at least 10, 12 eliminations and be able to secure hashtag number 2, 3, or at least hash number 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Those teams in page number 2, they only have 3 more chances left, so it might be a little bit hard to catch up. But then, yeah, those in page number 1, that's where the real fight is, because that's only like less than 10 points in difference, and there's still 3 maps left to go. There's still so many things that could go wrong, and no one can sleep like knowing that they're like solidified their place on the top rankings. But good game, yeah, they're kind of near all. That would be our first Erangel map for our day number 3 of the grand finals. And that was with Alpha Gaming's back to back winner chicken dinner. Absolutely crazy performance coming in from these guys. But yeah, once again, we are back. We're going to be seeing our very last Erangel map for this grand finals in a couple of minutes. And so with that, I mean, Dorix, what are your thoughts so far? I mean, Alpha Gaming is just on fire right now.
Amazing job with their game style and the way that this team is on fire. Back to back 2 winner chicken dinners. It's a very, very huge number. No matter how you look at it, having 1 chicken dinner is enough, but having 2 chicken dinners in the same day at the same like time back and forth is just on the next very, very next level. And it kind of tells everybody about the aggression and the momentum that you have built up for yourself and for your team members, for your team, how well you are like aligning yourself into the game and everything for all of this situation. It totally shows that. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, the match number 3. The third match is about to begin in a short while. Let me tell you, it's going to be an amazing match. Amazing match. No matter how you look at it, because it's going to be the second Erangel, the final Erangel of today's action. And I'm really excited for this, Annie, first of all, because Erangel is one of those few maps where the teams can actually pull up their full potential no matter. But last but not the least, those Miramars that's going to come after, right after, they're going to completely break the full momentum of the teams.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, we had the wrangles and we saw the aggression that the teams are kind of pulling from Rondo all the way to Erangel. We saw like they were kind of like still taking risks, you know, taking those engagements at face value, not holding back
Yeah.
whatsoever, but trying to keep that survivability as well. Not too safe, but also taking those risks, getting as much elimination points as possible. This is gonna be their last chance in Erangel, especially for the teams that do well on this map. This is gonna be their last chance. But otherwise, yeah, the Miramars would kind of be like a slight whiplash, you know, just to
True.
dragging maps to end this tournament. But yeah, nonetheless, that's something that we'll be worrying about later on for this next maybe 25 to 30 minutes. It's all about Erangel. It's all about dropping off into these hot spots, you know, Pachinki, Yasnaya, Polian, and Rojak as well. I think Georgia Pool is still like accessible. It's definitely possible, but it looks like Yasnaya Poliana will have a couple of settlers, and Horror Esports is gonna be dropping in there once again. But E Arena used to drop off to Yasnaya Poliana, but I cannot find them right now. Yep, they will be at the end of the flight path. It looks like they'll be changing it up. They'll be switching it up for this time, and yeah, nonetheless, that circle is going to be closing in towards the southwestern part of the map. It's going to get a little bit of the military base, but I don't think that final circle is going to close in at that area. But otherwise, yes, there's a possibility this might be a quarry or a ferry pier or a pier mosque, or maybe even like the open lands in the middle of the circle. It might be that kind of finale to end our Erangel maps for this tournament. But yeah, everyone's getting settled in. I don't see things popping up on the kill feed, but yes, Horror Esports will be finding once again an early game kind of clash. Perhaps they're just kind of sidestepping. I believe this is Team Flash, and it's gonna be Horror Esports. And if ever one of these teams initiates a fight, we might be seeing something happening. But Sanchi is quite low on health, and they only have a knife. Is this
Oh.
guy throwing his knife? Okay, this guy throwing his. Okay,
Oh
I
my
guess you
god.
were quite literally like backed off into a corner right there. Sancho was already low on health. This guy threw a knife. That's the only thing in their inventory. But yeah, I don't think SF is gonna be holding on to Sancho very very soon unless the rest of their squad is gonna go for that rescue. But yeah, nothing popping up in the kill feed yet other than that one knockdown. But I think Sancho is about to be the first blood on this map.
Oh, he definitely is going to be the first blood on this map. I can assure you that. But you know what else? What else is there? There is the fact that these players, all of these names, they're doing an amazing job into the early phases of the game. They are getting those elimination, those numbers, they are popping up. But it all comes down to that one factor, one crucial factor, Annie, that how well can you like hold your positions throughout the game. And I don't think the team is doing good in that. Right now, what we are seeing is the fact that 71 out of 72 players are in the game. SKYFORCE, either they lost a player or one of the player did not join. In fact, they lost a player. I can still see the fourth bar of their players, but they just lose a player, meaning our first blood is drawn in this game. Our first blood is drawn 3 minutes 55 seconds, like 4 minutes into the game, and already that first blood has happened. DRX versus SKYFORCE. O'Reilly is right now down. Icy with the shotgun, 1897. He is ready to take that initiation and that action once again into his own hands. So we do have to see if he's going to be able to secure those eliminations or not. So far, Icy cooking that grenade. 1 second, half second. He's going to throw it up. Overcooked. Not going to hit anyone. Once again, he's going to throw those flashbangs, all those utilities, but he's getting a lot of damage into the retaliation. The players are also closing in. He has a shotgun. That is going to give him some kind of comfort, but if the players enter this vicinity, this sacred ground of his house, he's going to be in a deadly position. The Molotov is going to take him down. There we go. Icy is down, finished up. Riley is also down and will be finished up soon in a short while, but godless, the only one remaining in all of this situation, the one and only who has the opportunity of doing something out of this like full situation. It's kind of like a difficult, I'd say, scenario right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, SKYFORCE losing their players one after the other. I think we might be seeing our first squad wipeout for this map, but right now HORAA Esports, they're holding on to their ground. Team Flash is still kind of nearby, not really engaging just yet. You can see that from how HORAA still has their whole HP bar, FL as well, so it looks like they're just kind of standing off with each other. SKYFORCE over here, godless, the last person standing with pan at their back. DRX is kind of just trying to go ahead and try to find this last person left. But then, yeah, all the while, Alter Ego, it looks like they'll be going up against Alliance right now. DRX has all the time and kind of like the freedom in the world to go ahead and loot up Gatka, because they know that SKYFORCE is just gonna be godless there, and if godless ever kind of gives away their location, that's a free like elimination on their side, as long as they have strength in numbers. But over one gets knocked out of their car by Snape and Alter Ego. This one on their side, HORAA Esports, Jiggle HORAA very low on health. It looks like Team Flash and HORAA Esports finally making a move. Oh, Jiggle HORAA, yep, they get knocked down. And it looks like Haitami and Sleeper are going to be the only ones who are active here. Haitami nearby with Tops, and Tops is trying to see if they can get this entry in. There's going to be a window, some shots in, and that's a knockdown. FL Tops will be falling. Let's see if they can be finished off. But they can just hunt down the rest of FL down to 3 players. HORAA Esports will be eaten up by that blue zone. CP and Heights, they'll have to end this as soon as possible. This is not a good place to be in. And you definitely don't want to get knocked down in this situation, especially with that blue zone eating out on your HP bar. But yeah, Snape finds one, but on the other hand, speaking of finding one, Haitami falls. Now it's going to be Sleepy. Definitely cannot be sleeping on this situation, especially since this guy is going to be the last person standing on HORAA Esports, and Team Flash just knocking down their door, trying to hunt down this last player. They know there's someone out here, and they want this elimination on their side. I mean, I don't think they're leaving Naya Poligana anytime soon without that elimination. But otherwise, Alter Ego finds TIANBA. That's a 1 knockdown on their side. Snape got knocked down.
Gets finished off as well by GG Bond. Rosemary finds a Ching from TIANBA. Ooh, that's Krypton getting knocked down as well as Alva. It's gonna be Rosemary, the left person standing once again. GG Bond's knocking on their hovercraft. 1 versus 1, sidestepping. That's a 2 versus 1 round. Ooh, Rosemary manages to hold on, but not for long. Alter Ego says goodbye a little bit too early on, and in fact, they are the first team to get knocked down. But there is Alliance nearby also. Let's see if we might be seeing a third party in this situation.
Oh my god, yeah, that is true. 3 elimination Tiamba, amazing job, man. Amazing, good job. But Team Secret versus WEIBO, we do have the fight going around, but HORAA is going to be the one that's going to get eliminated. Wait a minute. HORAA, you just popped up into the kill feed and you're already out of the game? That is uniquely like specific for some reason. But aside from all of this, there are multiple fights going on. Flash, you can see that. They are 1 player knocked out. There is WEIBO Gaming. 2 players of WEIBO Gaming are down right now and dusted. The one and only player remaining, he's on the top of the Everest with that S12K and M416 with the 4 times scope. He is not going to be able to like give out any kind of covers or take anyone down with that M4 all alone. If anything, he's going to be giving out his location to the enemies or his peers that may or may not come to take him down from that point onward. But NanGX is going to take down the players of WEIBO Gaming by the cars, by the vehicles. So these things that are happening, it's kind of chaotic. We were not expecting this final Erangel to kind of go aggressive or chaotic whatsoever, Eddie. We were expecting this map to be a very, very, very like slow-paced kind of phase into the area, but nope. This time, even in 9 minutes, the 2 teams that have been eliminated. But look at the number of players that are down to the solos.
Absolutely. I mean, that's Alliance, WEIBO Gaming, SKYFORCE. Anyone else solo? It's 3 teams on the solo team, so you're almost with 2 players still standing. Otherwise, everyone else kind of has 3 or 4 still players standing. WEIBO Gaming. I mean, I think this is a good spot to kind of go ahead and get that snipes in. But then again, being the last person standing on WEIBO games is just a little bit hard, but it's a good thing they have 2 eliminations already. And now we're 10 minutes into the game, 16 teams are still left standing. That's 51 players as well. EARENA over here towards the western part of the main island of Erangel. And there's, I think they've spotted another team nearby. And we're kind of just watching out for whatever moves they're gonna make. Oh, it looks like WEIBO Gaming. They'll be eaten up by that circle. Team Secrets just right below them, but Team Secrets is down to 2 players as well. So, oh, that's a nice initiation. Okay. Team Secret manages to get away 1 versus 1 on the elevation. WEIBO Gaming has the upper ground, gets one. And they managed to finish them off. And just to good measure, Jackie's very low on health. If it's not the blue zone, it's gonna be WEIBO Gaming. They will be taking them down. And that is the end of Team Secret. WEIBO Gaming, they can heal up. They can get away with their horse trying to get into safety. But DPLUS Kia, we're also going to be watching out for these guys because I think there's another team nearby. There's Savior towards their western side. There's some bullets coming in. I think this might be which team is this? It's possible TIANBA perhaps that's gonna be nearby. And DPLUS Kia, they did give away their location. In EARENA, there's inner circles to worry about as well. They have their scopes out. There's a bit of damage coming in up against inner circles. We can see the numbers go up. Oh, inner circle, they're outside. And out in the open, there's a monster truck coming in. This will definitely help in terms of terrain, in terms of hiding out. And also, there's Alliance also nearby. So it's kind of like a lot of things to worry about, especially with EARENA. There's also, I saw ASI8 up there as well. TIANBA probably going to be closing in on this compound. They know EARENA's over here, but they have the advantage of the compound. TIANBA, otherwise, they have their cars. You go ahead, swoop in aggressively. Ooh, that's Aching getting picked off from their cars. That's a 1 down on the side of TIANBA. EARENA still full squad coming in. There's a 1 down. QCZ is actually on the red. I think they're gonna be finished off by that grenade. That's a 2nd down. I think TIANBA's slowly but surely falling. They're the ones who initiated this fight. They went on the aggressive, but they got wiped out by EARENA. That was not a good initiation. I think things just didn't execute well back there. kind of a little bit sad on that point. But otherwise, for IC, for inner circles, I think they're gonna be going in and like, yeah, there was an engagement here, swooping in while EARENA still trying to recover from that engagement. But EARENA, I don't think they need that too much. EARENA still up and has most of their health still usable. Skyforce, Godless, still holding on to dear life. They are the last person standing on
Oh.
Skyforce. Oh, that's a lot of damage taken. Godless is almost getting picked off. I see Noki just has to pick up once, and that is the end of Skyforce. I see gets that elimination in. One elimination, and they still have Irina to worry about up there. So let's see what their next move is gonna be.
Most certainly another one out of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Another team out of the game. Now we're down to the top 12. 42 players remaining. The sprays are going around from the Alpha Gaming. And look at that. The spray. It connected. It made such a good connection. The player is right now down. Zeol is definitely going to move forward. But in fact, wait a minute. He's going back. Backside, maybe towards his team member, that is Rifus. They might want to go together on this aggressive side. I don't know, but the way that they are going, they might just walk right into the trap of the team inner circles because they have not the slightest of idea where the inner circle is located at. On the other side, in the kill feed, we can see the DPLUS Kia versus that like THUNDERTALK Gaming taking that fight. There's also Flash versus ASI8 going around. Alpha Gaming, they got some shots, but they managed to get out of there without any kind of like a heavy casualty on their side. But I can't say the same thing for the DPLUS Kia, as the two players are right now being taken down. It's a knockdown. THUNDERTALK is going to be completely wiped out by the hand of DPLUS Kia, ladies and gentlemen. 2 down, but they got the 3 elimination, and they're also trying to revive their players, in which I think it's not going to be possible because I see some shots coming around from the DX Xavier. Xaviers are over here as a third-party contenders to secure all those eliminations that could have been potentially DPLUS Kia's and their peers, but they're here for those eliminations of not only the elimination that DPLUS Kia could had, but also DPLUS Kia's eliminations too. DPLUS Kia is out of the game, whereas now D Xaviers, they are close. They are close to another team, and that team is the leaderboard at toppers, the GG, out of which one player is finished off. The second one is right now knocked down. The Paragen is going to go close towards the Nathati. He's going to throw away all the utilities, the smokes, into his arsenal to make some virtual covers for the team, so he can put a hard cover on top of that and make sure that his teammate is back on his feet to take that fight once again.
Absolutely, and the Xavier, they're laying a really great foundation, especially considering the fact that they're at the edge of this play zone. That play zone is closing in. Oh, unfortunately, still Ranzer does take one from the Xavier. Nate gets finished off. Now they're down to 3 players, but still it's a good start with 4 eliminations already on the side of the Xavier. All the while, Team Flash still alive. Paragin gets a knockdown. Lamborghini still nearby. There might be a chance. No, there is absolutely no chance right now. Alpha Gaming manages to knock down one from the side of the Xavier. Now they're a 2-man team. Ziol getting shot at. But spotted by Lamborghini. Ooh, that's one more down on the side of the Xavier. I think they're just going to be worrying about Leviso from now on. ZX down to one last player. Alliance down to one last player. I think we saw BURMESE got eliminated off just a while ago, but right now we're eyes on Alpha Gaming trying to hunt down Leviso. Leviso, I mean, they have the opportunity to either take this fight, get this one last standoff between Alpha Gaming and maybe GG. Actually, Leviso is going on the aggressive nonetheless, despite being the last person standing. They want as many elimination points as possible. But I don't know if they'll be banking on any sort of placement points. They definitely could do that, just a little bit more patience. But I think they're going to be going on the aggressive side nonetheless. But ASI8 between EARENA and them. Casanova's position right now, I mean, this is a pretty good spot. This boulder over here towards the edge of this island, but ASI, it's, I don't know, just a little bit too far from the rest of their team. Nonetheless, Leviso actually finds one from Alpha Gaming with a DBS nonetheless. And Team Flash, okay, they're still up in the running. 7 eliminations. It's a good, nice thing to see from Team Flash, especially since this guy dropped all the way to number 5. in the previous map. But yeah, we did see the end of the Savior just now, or was it DK? And we're down to 8 teams. We're in placement points territory, and of course, Alpha Gaming going on the aggressive. Refus in top, they need a lot of healing, they need a bit of resets, but they want to have a piece of GG, a piece of good game rather, good game esports, because these guys, they need to be taken down up a notch. They're way too high up the pedestal, but right now Alliance will be saying goodbye. We're still watching out for Alpha Gaming and GG.
We are waiting out for the GGs and the Alpha Gaming, the contenders that are going head to head right now. Look at that. DRX finally managing to secure more than 100 points for themselves, but Alpha Gaming, these guys, oh my god, is this another winner chicken dinner for the APG? I do believe so. I do hope so, because I really want to see that kind of like an aggression coming around once again. Back-to-back 3 winner chicken dinners. Oh my god, that is going to be a record setter for that time. But Alpha Gaming Kyle comes around. Kaya gets finished off alongside of Renzer, and GG is out, ladies and gentlemen. GG is out. Flash is also in the vicinity of DRX, and they are taking down DRX. So is out. Whereas Bowser, the one player that had almost the most elimination number, he's also been taken down from the DRX side. ASI is going to be the one responsible for those eliminations. There's also Bowser that's finished off. Alpha Gaming, 5 eliminations so far. 4 players, 4 men, still standing, still alive, into the game, into the fights and everything. But we have the DRX been taken down instantly by the hand of EARENA and ASI. It's Grenade coming up. It is the top 5 from the number 3 all the way to the number 7, ladies and gentlemen. The fight for the numbers at this point, because 86, 93, 94, 96, 98 total points. This is gonna be such a bloodbath at this point in time. The moment you're gonna lose your lives or get eliminated, that's going to put you 1 pedestal down, 2 pedestal down, maybe even 3 pedestal down on the overall chart board. So be very careful before making a wrong move or making any kind of move. That's 2 grenades coming around at the same time. Top still managed to survive it out. Casanova is cooking that grenade. Let him cook. I'm letting him cook, but he's going to throw that grenade close to his own vicinity and his team members' vicinity. This is not good. But wait a minute. What am I saying? No way! No way! He is shooting at the players, managing to get 1, managing to getting 2! I see! ASI 8! Come on! No, man! No! That's the 3rd one! That's the 4th one! The full squad has been annihilated of the ASI 8, ladies and gentlemen, with just a 1 slight mistake that they didn't look. They didn't even think of looking into the smokes for any of the players that could have potentially harmed them, and that potential, but it costed them their lives.
Ladies and gentlemen, smokes does not mean that you cannot be seen. I mean, just blindly shooting there and just shoot feel absolutely insane to Flash. This is why these guys are an absolute legend. But I mean, digressing to that, we have Alpha Gaming, of course. Ziol did get knocked down. Rufus and Top are still up in the running. They're going for some grenades up against inner circles. There's also Alpha Gaming nearby. Ziol definitely needs that revive. Ooh, nice one shots on Noki. That is a knockdown on their side. And we're kind of just waiting on. It looks like Rufus will be using that car. I really thought he was gonna give Ziol that revive, but it looks like they'll be going on to the aggressive anyways, finishing off T24 OP. And I think this might almost be the end of IC. I think they have to just watch out for the last player of IC for inner circles. But yeah, Alpha Gaming, they can still revive Ziol. I think they still have the opportunity. Top is kind of just camping it out. Yep, they managed to revive Ziol after all. They have to worry about 3 other teams. It's actually going to be Team Flash with 2 players left. Ooh, Icy gets spotted and they're eliminated up. Now it's just 3 teams left. EARENA, yesterday, they popped off so well. I think they had like an impressive amount of points, maybe 27, 28 points at 1 point for 1 map. And also Alpha Gaming doing really well. That's a double chicken dinner for today. But right now it's Sakura who will be taking down Rufus, one of them, from Alpha Gaming will be falling down. And of course, Team Flash, the silent but deadly team, just climbing up one after the other. Even though they did not get any chicken dinners, they managed to sit at number two. I don't know how far off they went in the leaderboards right now. I think they overtook a couple of ranks just because some of the teams in the top two, top three, top four got picked off quite early on. But I think they might be sitting at top three right now, possibly even more with all these placement points. And right now, they're vying for that chicken dinner,
Oh, they
going up
are.
against Alpha Gaming and EARENA. Alpha Gaming is defending their double chicken dinner right now, and if they're gonna get a triple, that's absolutely amazing. But still, EARENA and Team Flash, they're also teams to be reckoned with.
They definitely are forces to be reckoned with, ladies and gentlemen. They are the forces to be reckoned with. But right now, it is a 2 versus 2 versus 3 situation. Flash is finally being aggressed upon. The shotguns are definitely going to make it work. There are a lot of damages coming around with the sprays. The Tops is going to tank it up. And Alpha Top comes around, takes the player, even though he's the final straw of the game. It is EARENA's winner chicken dinner. That's going to happen. Okay, he did not want it to give that elimination. He just mollied himself, gave the winner chicken dinner to the EARENA. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with our third winner chicken dinner. Alpha Gaming was so close yet so far. Still, 1 versus 3 was not possible. So instead of giving other team eliminations, they got those eliminations to themselves. They were like, yeah, we're going to deny those eliminations. But right now, this is the time, this is the moment where we do talk about all these facts and figurines that, okay, that was amazing. Alpha Gaming, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. Third game, they are playing number 2. Oh my God, Annie. That's 6 points just on the placement, and I think 8 or 9 elimination they had.
Yeah, I mean, it's like second to best, you know? Like,
Yes.
it's like the second best outcome for this game, especially since they already lost on the numbers advantage. And so with that, even though that denying that point towards the end, that's absolutely insane. But then, yeah, what I've noticed in this map, there's actually like a lot of mistakes that a lot of teams have made, and you can tell they're kind of getting a little bit nervous, a little bit nervous in their movements, knowing that this was their third to the last chance.
Yeah.
After this final Erangel map, there's only 2 Miramars left. But right now, it's gonna be the team stats for EARENA. It's gonna be 7 eliminations in total. Sakura getting the lion's share with that 5 eliminations. But nonetheless, it's Alpha Gaming that will be getting that MVP with the 6 eliminations. That's top, getting total damage of 703 and longest eliminations of 219 meters. And yes, Alpha Gaming, the fact is these guys are doing so well on this day number 3, and they're consistently trying to climb up that leaderboards. But nonetheless, it's Team Flash. That is another plot twist. It's a Team Flash that actually gets the number 1 spot on the match standings with 18 total points, trailed behind by our chicken dinner winners with EA with 17 points, and Alpha Gaming, the second placer, with the 16 points, only getting beaten by Team Flash's sheer amount of eliminations, which is 13. So with that, I mean, we have ASIA with a decent amount of points, ERX as well. Inner Circle also did a good job. GG, I mean, they could have done better, but they're consistently still racking up a lot of points and maybe cushioning themselves up in the rank number 1, but still they cannot be complacent. There's a chance any one of the rank number 2, number 3, number 4, maybe they still have a chance of climbing up and dethroning their number 1, especially since maybe it's just a 20-point gap from the rank number 2 at this point. So kind of nervous from game over. There's still 2 maps left. So any one mistake and perhaps they might be losing their place. And yes, this is the overall standings. Team Flash took back their number 1, their number 2 rather, number 2 spot with 108 points, but Alpha Gaming is just behind them by 1 point. And with that, number 4 and number 5 is just 1 point behind Alpha Gaming. Number 2 and number 3, number 4, number 5, it's pretty much like, I don't know, they're pretty much holding the same spot at this rate. They're
Yeah.
only like just 2 points away from each other. So anything can happen in the next 2 maps, and they have to work like extra hard to get at least number 2 and maybe even overtake Good Game after all.
They do. They definitely have to do this. One wrong move from this ranking, and you can be taken down from a lot of places. Number 2 to number 5, maybe even number 6, if you're unlucky, or maybe even number 7. Not number 7. Number 7 is a little far fetched, but yeah, until number 6, you can be taken down. Other than that, Team Flash did amazing. 13 elimination in this match. It was good. I have to give it to Alpha Gaming too. 10 elimination this match. It was amazing. DRX has also done some decent game styles, gameplays. But it all comes down to the consistency. You have to be consistent in every single game. You cannot just be consistent in 1 game, 2 game, and just stop. No, you have to be consistent in every single game that you're going to play. On the other side, the bottom line teams like Secret, DPLUS, TIANBA, Alliance, all these, they're not going to be getting into that top 3 or top 4 placement whatsoever. There's a very low chance because 71 points, 53 points, it doesn't look good. So they're going to be fighting against each other at this point in time, whereas the rest of the teams, the top 6, will be fighting against each other at 1 placement to try and secure as many points as they can for themselves. So with all of these engagements coming around, we do have to know of the fact that, okay, right now, it's a little difficult to be consistent because you have the pressure of the lobby, you have the pressure of the point system at this point, placement, where you're headed, where you're not headed, and at the same time, what you need to do and what strategy you need to apply onto the other teams. With this, the strategy is definitely going to change because right now it is the Miramar times. The last 2 maps will be of the Miramar. But before we head over to the Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a very slight short break. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. Enjoy the highlights.
once again, we are back. We just saw map number three, the final Erangel map for the grand finals, and now we are on to our final two maps, final two Miramar maps at that. And once again, guys, this
Yeah.
is PUBG Mobile Training Grounds Season 3 of the Pro Nepal field. So, we're still here, we're still with Torx, and we just saw Alpha Gaming just suddenly pop out of nowhere. We have like two back-to-back chicken dinners, and then they finished as the second team on that third previous map we just saw a while ago. And of course, EARENA popping up. They had some pretty good games in day number two, but
Yeah.
still they have a long way to go if they want to go ahead and solidify themselves at the rank at the top ranks of the leaderboards. And that actually goes the same with the top number two to top number five teams.
Yeah.
That includes Team Flash and DRX. So I don't know, lots of things can still happen. There's still two maps. There's still two possible
So
things that
yes.
could go wrong. And so what the teams can do right now is just stay consistent and try not to get picked off too early on.
That is true. They have to like make sure that they're not getting picked off early on and they're staying consistent. Consistency right now is the key. Alpha Gaming, if they stay consistent, there is a very big possibility that they can secure even the number one placement. GG needs to do some work now. GG has to like start picking up some elimination numbers and some decent placement and number if they want to like cement their placement into the hashtag one, if they want to have the bigger chunk of that prize pool from this PMTG Nepal Pro season number 3. So these two matches are going to be very crucial, either this map or the next one. If the teams decides to like really push this map, then it's going to be the most detrimental map. Then the other one is going to be a very slow one where they will try to maintain their placements. Or this can be the map where the teams will try to like maintain a composture, and last map will be the complete chaotic one. It can go either way. It's just a matter of factor of perspective and how the teams are gonna like utilize their angers, rage, angles against the other teams, and all those momentums that they're gonna be given out throughout the journey, throughout the games. Any single slight opening, every single team will definitely try to like utilize that to the very fullest. So you have to have your eyes in the front and on the back, left and right, because in not even a single angle at this point in Miramar is like an absolute defense for you. You can be exposed from any of the sides if you're not careful enough.
Absolutely. Watch your back, watch your front, watch your sides, even your diagonals. I mean,
Yeah,
this is going
true.
to be a very crucial two final maps on this grand finals. And yeah, good game. I think if they manage to put a 30-point gap between them and rank number 2 for this map number 4 for today, maybe they can go ahead and kick their feet up for map number
True.
5. That's also a possibility. But if not, then they'll have to work extra hard for these next two maps. Otherwise, top two to top five, they're gonna be playing on their own game field. Otherwise, everyone else in page number 2, maybe some of them have already accepted their fate, perhaps, and they're just kind of like treating this as a bit of a scrimmage, considering the fact that they're playing with literal giants, big names, and this is a really good
True.
opportunity for them to, if they don't get like a chunk of that prize pool, at least they have some really nice experience. They can even have it streamed. They know what they're doing, they know what they're doing wrong, they know what they're doing right, and they can also study how their opponents are going to be playing about. But that's it for the teams that probably maybe a little bit too far from maybe even touching that prize pool. But otherwise, for those that still have a chance, I think everyone in page number 1 still has some sort of chance to kind of
True.
climb up to maybe rank number 5. I think rank number 5 still has a little cut of the prize pool. There's still a chance that they can work a little bit hard, especially rank number 9 perhaps. But for rank number 2 to rank number 5, I think they'll try to vibe first to solidify that rank number 2, and then after that they'll be going for the giant, which is a good game esports. So that's something that we will be looking forward to, and I think in a couple of seconds we will be witnessing this second to the last map. It's gonna be Miramar. It's gonna be the classic
desert, not much foliage, lots of buildings, lots of rotations with the cars, lots of high places. And this is something that we'll be looking forward to. And hopefully, we see something interesting that's going to be happening really, really soon.
Oh, I do want to see something interesting this map. I do want to see a lot of aggressions in this match. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 10 more seconds until the match number 4 begins. The second last match of the whole PMTG Nepal Pro Season number 3. It is starting. It is the Miramar. And here we have it. The plane line going from the south side of the Los Leones all the way to the right top corner. That is Torre Ahumada, I believe. So Tierra Branca area, if I'm really correct. Yes, Campo Militar, Torre Ahumada, Tierra Branca is the place. And right now we are seeing that Los Leones area, Puerto Paraíso area being accessible for the teams. There is also the Picado that's going to be accessible for the players as well. Last but not the least, who is going to go to the Hacienda and the San Martin area, because these two areas we have generally seen in the past 2 days as well, Annie, that the teams do go there, the teams do take a fight, and they do try to initiate that first kind of aggression right onto that spot.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, just judging from the previous Miramar maps, we did see a lot of early game engagements in day number 1 and day number 2. It actually went the same with Erangel, but I guess there was a little bit of a character development for our 18 teams because they finally played that the Erangels rather, safely. So hopefully we also see something different with the Miramars. Hopefully they also play it safe and try not to get picked off so early on. And I think that might be happening right now. But that circle is going to be closing in on the rather the northwestern part where El Pozo, La Cabrera, Crater Fields are going to be. And I guess Hacienda del Patron is something that we'll be watching out for because it was a hot spot for early game engagements yesterday, the 2 days ago. But right now we're seeing a little bit of a skirmish between Team Secret and also THUNDERTALK, but also the Xavier with WEIBO Gaming. There's a lot of things happening right now. Team Secret only came in with 3 people on the lobby, so that might be a slight disadvantage to them. But speaking of disadvantage, THUNDERTALK, what happened? They're down to one last player, and it's not a good look for them. But right now, the Xavier also might be in a little bit of trouble. Wait, it looks like it's WEIBO Gaming, and rather it's as another team, ASI8 rather is gonna be surrounding Paragon at this moment, and I don't know where the rest of the Xavier is. I don't know why they're all alone, but it looks like WEIBO Gaming will be losing their one player. There's another, I think, nearby as well. Oh, that's a shut down. It looks like WEIBO Gaming will be saying goodbye, but still not out of the woods just yet. Right now we're watching HORAA Esports. They're kind of just chilling out in Hacienda del Patron. It looks like it won't be a hotspot for this particular map, for this particular game, but otherwise everywhere else, EA finding also.
Yeah, that is true. That is true, Annie. But at the same time, what we are seeing with all of these factors and figurines is the fight that's going on. Like, there's 56 players in this lobby. Already 3 teams have been eliminated. And everybody is trying to take that engagement, that fight against each other. And there we go. Paragon! First of all, it is Lamborghini that's knocked down from the D Xaviers, and now Levizo, Paragon, together they will be going forward. We do have to see if they're going to be able to take down the players on the first floor, but ASI, they're not going to let this opportunity go by as one player gets eliminated. Crypto comes around and eliminates out Levizo as well out of the equation. It's all over for the player. Within 4 minutes, we have 4 teams eliminated out of the game. 52 players remaining, and all of those teams that got eliminated are on the very bottom lines. You can see WEIBO, you can see DX, you can see TT and the SKYFORCE.
Absolutely, and we're gonna be watching out. It looks like we already lost several teams so early on. Once again, guys, this is your second to the last chance. on this grand finals, and they got picked off so early on. But nonetheless, that's just life, you know. There's some that make it and some that don't, and those that don't, they're gonna be seeing the lobby really, really soon. Right now, we're gonna be watching ASI versus Team Flash. There's a grenade coming in, trying to get some initiation. Wow, that's a nice shot by Team Flash's win. Crypto got a knockdown right there, and there's shops nearby that could potentially finish the job nearby. But then looks like ASI8's Crypto is kind of far away from everyone else on their team. That grenade's gonna be bouncing out to pretty much nothing. Huzaifa, not really liking this angle whatsoever. If Team Flash manages to get that Huzaifa, the last person of ASI8, they practically have these eliminations in the bag. But right now, Team Flash is just scouting the building, even making audio cues to kind of draw out the last player of ASI8. But Huzaifa's definitely not gonna be storming in just like that. They know Team Flash is definitely not gonna let this go away. But Huzaifa just waiting for the possibility that maybe Crypto can still be saved, but it's gonna be like a pretty slim chance of that happening. Team Flash, nonetheless, only one elimination. So I think ASI8 lost their other players to some other team. I think I remember seeing that, but I have short-term memory loss, so that's pretty much what happened. I mean, Team Flash, nonetheless, one elimination, doing really well. Crypto finally losing their lives to time. Alter Ego's Alva finds TIANBA once again. QZZ gets a finished off, and that's a one down. It's actually just half the team of TIANBA that's left. There's one more knockdown. I think
What?
TIANBA's just said goodbye. Alter Egos is goodbye. Huzaifa's getting hunted down. Team Flash running around looking for the last player. They definitely do not want to split up a little too much, and they might get picked off. Win is gonna be catching this. Look! Oh my gosh, why they got off? No! Okay, Huzaifa's fine. Huzaifa got taken down. I don't know what Team Flash got made me so nervous. At least Huzaifa managed to get the one before falling too. So Team Flash is left with 3 players. I absolutely screamed, oh my gosh. They just look to the right, to the left. Okay, I mean, it happened. It happens sometimes. Team Flash is still alive. They're trailing behind Good Game by 21 points. So they have quite a long way to go to catch up to Good Game, especially
Yeah.
if Good Game will get a decent amount of points later on.
That is true. They will definitely get a decent amount of points for themselves at the very least. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing all of this engagements going around. Like, FL finally secured that number 2 spot, but they're still 1 point ahead of the team EARENA. If EARENA manage to take 2 eliminations, then they're going to be on the top. So with this, the fight is between the number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, and the number 6. Number 7 team that had the 93 points, they have been eliminated. Alter Ego is closing in that gap really close. Like, Alter Ego right now has a chance to take that number 7 spot, maybe number 6, if they're really careful and they're really consistent with those elimination numbers that they are going to have. BURMESE GHOULS on our screen so far, and on the overall ranking wise, they're on the hashtag number 9, 86 points, just one behind the Alter Ego. So still, the possibilities are there, and maybe that's why these teams are kind of playing it slow, not kind of playing it too fast in this particular location. But Master Ichi, alongside of all hands, come on, let's see. Hellands, I don't know what he's going to do, but the circle, oh my god, circle is going to be a very chaotic one. Flash on the other side, you can see them outside of the blue zone, taking a lot of damage at the city of the Los Leones. We have DPLUS Kia alongside of the Alter Ego at the eastern corner of the Hacienda del Patron. So the fight will aggress. The fight will initiate over there. And when will that fight initiate and turn over towards the aggressive side? This is the question right now. Krypton is here. 1 elimination to the Alter Ego. 4 eliminations, in fact, in total. But Krypton finally receiving that damage. The blue zone is also going to do the damage. Noibu is going to be taking him out. Snape on the other side in a long distance will try to give out the cover, but inevitably failed. Leaves this premises, leaves this position, gets into the safe side. And the next thing that you should be doing, Alter Egos, is the fact that you should be getting into the safe zone area, not this 1500 meters outside of the blue zone taking a lot of damage. No, you need to first of all take that cover into the safe zone, then initiate the fight from the next phase.
Absolutely, but they're gonna be taking risks right now. Speaking of risks, we're looking at HORAA Esports on the edge of this cliff. Dude, Sleepy Horror, what is this guy doing? That looked kind of funny. But then, yeah, they're being mountain goats as of this moment, trying to scale the cliffs, trying to see if they can get a piece of Alliance right now. So, HORAA Esports just kind of waiting their time, trying to get a little bit of an angle. They're using some grenades to kind of help them out right there. But yeah, Alliance already lost 6-4-2, so they're gonna be banking on a slight numbers disadvantage up against HORAA, since HORAA is still a full squad. Right now, it's just a standoff between the two, kind of just waiting each other out. HORAA has a slight disadvantage in terms of location, in terms of positioning, but right now HORAA, they finally got their footing just a little bit, and it's a bit of an open area kind of engagement. Just hoping and waiting for a really nice angle to go about with some smokes coming up. Helen is with actually quite surrounded by the players of HORAA. Oh, there we have it. Helen gets immediately picked off by Dummy HORAA, but Integral HORAA gets traded off as well. That height Dummy HORAA could potentially finish off this last player from Alliance. Ooh, my Vigini gets Integral HORAA. Helen still needs a revive. Alliance down to 2 players. HORAA still has 3. Hike Dummy HORAA is cooking up that grenade, throwing it in, but it's not going to be getting that player. Ooh, nice shots,
nice.
half health, but it's not going to be enough damage to give that elimination towards HORAA. And right now, as my Vigini, he's going to be running off and going to the cliffs just to kind of go ahead and heal up just a little bit to reset and have a better chance of surviving this. But all the while, looks like 4-1. 4-1. Rather, it's actually going to be Holland. It's going to be falling. Yuni is going to be joining in. Sleepy Horror gets a little bit of damage in. Might be inside of this building. There might be a 1 versus 1. Hi, Dummy Horror. Just sidestepping, and it's going to be Dummy from HORAA Esports that will be wiping out Alliance. And that's one more team, saying down to 11 teams.
Oh my god, dude, this is so insane. This is the stage number 3, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, and you can see where the teams are residing. Alter Ego, DPLUS Kia, they will be taking the fight in the eastern corner, once again outside of the blue zone, taking that blue damage while taking the fight. Rosemary trying to get into the safer side, but will he be able to? The answer is yes, and there will definitely be cover from, I do believe so, Alva, you need to secure at least 1 knockdown. 1 knockdown is all it's going to take to like completely crumble the form of the players. But inner circles, beautiful shots on the team Flash, and Flash is going to lose another one of their players. That's 2 down into the vicinity. Now Flash with the 2 players remaining at a 111 elimination. It's a decent start. You still have to like survive a lot until the fact that you can have at least 5 to 6 points of a difference against the other team. So top 5, top 3 is the way to go at this point in time, and do not take any kind of fights that is unnecessary. Alter Egos, 5 eliminations, 3 players are remaining. Alter Egos on the hash number 8, but there we go. EARENA with those as utilities and the sprays coming around, taking 1 player of the DPLUS Kia. Now Alter Ego, are you going to be able to like secure those eliminations away from the side of EA, or EA is going to have those eliminations? This is the big question. At the same time, there's also the BURMESE GHOULS versus the team GG taking that fight. Oh no, GG, you are not supposed to lose this fight. You are not supposed to lose this early into the game. If you do, your position is at stake. Your placement is at stake of the hash number 1. Alter Ego is going to take down 1 player of the DK once again. That's a knockdown, not a confirmation yet. The sprays are going. He is trying to like blow up the car to initiate that knockdown maybe once again, but it's all in vain. The player survived. They went back. They're going to get into the car, maybe leave the premises. I do believe so. You still need to get in the circle first and then move to the different locations. But what is going on with the GG? I think they're taking this lobby a little bit too lightly. Now 132 points. Yes, you are on the very top, but you're down to the very last guy. Support. You have to do something, man.
Yeah, I mean, GG right now, they're banking on the fact that they still have a 21 gap between them and Team Flash, but still they cannot be complacent, and it's a good thing. Support is making good on that, but unfortunately, GG left the match with just 1 point, one alone point. Now they have to worry about hoping Team Flash, EARENA, Alpha Gaming, or DRX, none of these teams will overtake them by the next map. And the next map, they have to work extra hard to hold on to their number one spot. But right now, Alpha Gaming might be getting pulled down just a little bit. EARENA just managed to overtake Team Flash just now. Alpha Gaming drops down one. DRX will be moving forward. They're kind of tied up with Alpha Gaming right now, but right now it's BG Master Chi is going to be falling by the hands of HORAA, and HORAA is doing really well in this map, but I think it's just a little too late for this because they're very much sitting at number 16. It's just a little bit too far off from the Giants. I mean, catching up to 72 points on DK might even be a tall order at this rate. But still, I'm glad to see HORAA improving. Maybe in the next life, but right now we're gonna be watching Alpha Gaming as well, going up against Team Flash. Team Flash is down to 2 players. That goes the same with Alpha Gaming, so it's pretty much a equal grounds. Just a little bit. Oh, looks like Tops might be. Who did not see Alpha Gaming? Okay, so maybe they were just kind of absent-mindedly like trying to scout, but didn't quite catch Alpha Gaming. But over there, CP HORAA with Alter Ego as well. So it looks like we might be seeing an absolute domination by HORAA, Sleepy HORAA, in fact. So right now, we're just gonna be watching out for Alpha Gaming and Team Flash. There's also another team nearby. I'm not sure which one it is. It is the green team. But we'll be watching after that. Ooh, Paskia coming in. And that is a Snape going down. Alva's there. But Alva will be winning that 1 versus 1. Just managing to get the revenge kill for Snape. But now Alter Ego's down to one last player. Guys, this is their second to the last chance. After this, it's just one more Miramar map. Any sort of mistake you're making here will be so hard to correct in the next map.
I mean, it's not necessarily that GG is kind of in a safe side. Just imagine EARENA, FL, DRX, or APG. They take the winner chicken dinner with at least 10 elimination numbers. That's going to round up for DRX to 128, Alpha Gaming to 127. And if, and only if, EARENA and FL starts getting 10 more eliminations out of this lobby, they will be sitting on that amazing number of 131. But EARENA, they're going to be the first team in all of this top 9 fight to be eliminated. They're the first one out here. And the Flash, now it's up to you. You're the other team that has more than 110 points for yourself, so Flash needs to do something. Alpha Gaming, you have done 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. The third game was a beauty in yourself as well, with that self Molotov till the very end. It was good, but now a lot of work needs to be done. But HORAA, I am telling you, HORAA is not here to play. HORAA is here to deplete all the other resources of the other team members. But Alter Ego, there we go. Alva has been eliminated. Hashtag number 8, he gets eliminated. Now he's trying, HORAA Esports Sleepy, he is trying with the AMR to bang some heads right here, to get some heads straight up. But why you got those tires, buddy. You got those tires. You don't need to do this again. So try to focus on the players that is in the further vicinity of the areas with that AMR to get them knocked out. He can see the player, but I don't think he's sure of his 6-time spray. I think 6-time bullet velocity of this AMR. That's why he's hesitating. He also has to move inside of that circle. One thing is for sure is that it's 173 meters outside the circle. 3 players, the HORAA, are alive, so they can still easily move this lobby into their own pace. Maybe even secure a win over the chicken dinner. Do not let other teams secure the win over the chicken dinner and just take it away from them. But all the other teams, they are ready. Like, look at IC, 3 players. Alpha Gaming, 2 players. DRX has the best chance of securing a win of a chicken dinner too, because of the man advantage that they have against the other teams. TS, Team Secret, joined in with a 3-man squad. 77 points they had, 6 elimination this match they got. At this point, close to them is going to be another team, but HORAA Esports versus BURMESE GHOULS. It's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. And there we go. Look at that. Hyunbin is going to get Godspeed instantly. Sleepy HORAA is going to steal that away.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so happy to see HORAA Esports only popping out with the 8 eliminations in. Sleepy HORAA, in fact, being the MVP so far of HORAA Esports, and perhaps even this map. But later on, we'll be finding out with those statistics. But right now, I'm really worried about the top teams right now. Team Flash, down to 2 players. It's a good thing they're still alive, but still they're hanging on to that number 3 spot. They will potentially overtake number 2 because they have a placement point. They will overtake EARENA later on. And DRX, they still have a chance, a huge chance. In fact, they still have all 4 players left standing. So unless something very wrong happens, then DRX will probably potentially overtake Team Flash as well. Alpha Gaming still trailing behind, might not have as much chances as DRX because Alpha Gaming is down to 2 players. HORAA Esports, however, trying to take down and deny points from the other giants, from the other big names, from the other teams. So I'm all for it. So happy to see HORAA Esports still up in the running, still 8 eliminations, still denying these points and making things a little bit more interesting. But still, Team Secret still alive, despite the fact that they came in with only 3 players, and BURMESE GHOULS is holding on to those placement points. They're down to 1 last player, so we're just watching out for things to like progress after this. There's inner circles nearby as well, holding on to their locations. They're down to 3 players. They already lost 1 player. It looks like Noki gets knocked down by Doc. Let's see if they get finished off. There's also Team Flash nearby, so there's a lot of tension in this area over here. And in fact, it's gonna be a stage 6 circle already. We're gonna be trailing into stage 7 after it closes in a couple of seconds. But other than that, yeah, everyone's kind of just clocking in, trying to see if they can find any sort of mistake that they can punish the other players with. But right now, it's gonna be Doc that will be cooking up this grenade. It's not going to be hitting anyone, but otherwise, Team Secret finds a height dummy from HORAA Esports. I think that's just a knockdown, but slowly but surely, HORAA Esports is about to lose height dummy, so they have to go ahead and give that revive. I think they still have that chance, but otherwise, yes, that circle is about to close in a couple of seconds.
Oh yeah, that circle is definitely going to turn into a bloodbath any second now from this point. Be very careful and precise on what you're going to do, what your next move is going to be from this point onward, because a slight mistake in your calculations can lead up to your whole demise. And Team Secret, they're trying their level best to secure more elimination. Then you can see how they are fighting against the HORAA Esports. G2K Ajaya from the HORAA Esports just got eliminated by the hand of DRX. DRX staying on the top of the mountains, mountain ranges, beautiful like angle against all of these teams. Secret is there. Doc with the grenade, he is gonna throw it up onto the team IC, but IC will be moving out of that equation. But Alpha Gaming, oh my god, from the back lines, they're getting some shots. The grenades are also coming. Alpha Gaming securing some decent number of eliminations. 107 for them right now. Zeol, Doc, the 2 players alive, are the one that are responsible to secure even more eliminations. Team Flash down to the very last guy, and the player is closing in. The Peak 5 from the UMP45 is definitely going to take out the player's ballast too, and it's all over. Flash is out of the game, ladies and gentlemen. They're out of the equation. Hashtag number 2 is where they're going to reside, but not for long, because Alpha Gaming, DRX, both of these guys are going to be alive in the top 5, meaning they are going to secure at least 3 more points, even if they get eliminated right here, right now. And it's just going to increase even further if they secure and survive for a tad bit longer bit of time. Top 3 is going to yield them 5 points. Top 2 is going to yield them 6 points. And the win of a chicken dinner, that's instantly going to put them into a very, very big spot where they will have like 7-8 points of a difference against the number 3 for themselves. But DRX, they're facing some casualties as Team BURMESE GHOULS comes in around the area, takes down 1, but instantly has been taken down 2. But DRX, that casualty that they faced, that casualty that they just witnessed for themselves, oh, come on. Let me tell you, it's going to be a very difficult situation for them right now to secure the win of a chicken dinner, because they had everything set up in their mind. How the 4 players are going to like push, how the 4 players are going to play, who's going to give cover and whatnot. So that whole strategy is going to crumble now. It's crumbling. And the rest of the 3 players, they will be like now panicking. Okay, what to do, what not to do, who's going to be the cover of who at this point in time. And we're just waiting for the next circle to be made. Stage number 7, ladies and gentlemen. It's here, and we are in the top 4 contenders. It's a 2 versus 2 versus 3 versus 3.
Absolutely. It's a little bit tense. We're down to our second to the last map, and already there's so much tension, especially in the top rankings, especially in DRX. The question is now, how far will these guys go to kind of put a lot of points in between them and the future ranked number 3 team? That's probably Team Flash. But right now, Alpha Gaming still in the game, by the way, trailing behind just a little bit in terms of points from DRX, but they still definitely have a chance to turn this around, especially if they can manage to get those elimination points and deny those elimination points, in fact, from DRX. But here, DRX, Hyunbin definitely will not let that happen. They managed to get a knockdown from IC. And Azael right now is just trying to scout out the area with their scopes, but they're not going to be finding any knockdowns just yet. That's okay. It looks like he can still get that revive that they need.
Oh, no.
Rocky's going straight into the fire and taking a little bit of damage. It's a good thing the Sky is still alive after all that. But resource-wise, they still have a couple of grenades to go off of gaming.
Oh my god!
Can't say the same. Ooh, that's a nice shot from Team Secret's Jackie. And Jukai managed to finish them off as well. Jackie gets traded off as well, but I see will be saying goodbye. Jackie is very, very low on health. Those are shots. Big of ammo, man. This guy was like rat-a-tat all the way, but it's gonna be the car that's gonna be shot at by now, because just a little bit of the time constraint that happened over there for Alpha Gaming. But right now, Jukai is just kind of healing themselves up later on. DRX definitely has them on their sides, and there's Alpha Gaming towards your eastern side as well, so there's pretty much a DRX just watching their side, their forward positions. But Team Secret down to 2 players, APG down to 2 players, DRX still with the numbers advantage with 3 players. But in terms of advantage in terms of circle, we're gonna be finding out in a couple of seconds which teams will be at a disadvantage, and it's actually gonna be Alpha Gaming that has to make a move on DRX. However,
They are.
QZZZ will be falling, and that's a finished off as well. And now they're down to 2 players. It's gonna be Hyunbin and Sikse, and Alpha Gaming. They're down to 2 players still, so pretty much the field has been leveled in. It's just Alpha Gaming that has a slight pressure of trying to move into the area. DRX, Team Secret, Alpha Gaming, they all have a chance to get that chicken dinner.
Oh, it's a 2-2-1 scenario. Team Secret is the one that is right now down to the very last guy, and the player is spotted. The player is located. The sprays will definitely approach him, but it's not hitting him for some reason. Maybe he's on the other side of that, situation of that ridge. But nope. Finally, the sprays comes around, and it's none other than the Alpha Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you, Alpha Gaming is looking really promising with that win of a chicken dinner this time around. It's an equilibrium 2 versus 2 scenario. Now, whosoever is going to have that first elimination is going to win this match. But the positioning-wise, Alpha Gaming has a very big disadvantage for themselves, as they are at the bottom side of this mountain, whereas the Team DRX, they're at the very top. Doc going completely into the open area may work out for him, may not work out for him, but 20 seconds more and this stage is going to close down. Remember this, Hyunbin has got that level 3 arsenal, level 3 helmet, level 3 vest, level 3 backpack. This guy is ready to rock and roll against all of the other players. Hyunbin's location is also revealed. The sprays are definitely coming around, but the main question is Sayags, what is Sayags going to do from this point, this position? position onward, because Ajax's position is going to actually reveal the fact that, okay, this team is trying to look down at the same player, or they're trying to find out different players at the same time. The last two players that are remaining in Ajax is actually finding out the other guy. He's throwing those grenades close by to his vicinity at the very bottom of this crater, very bottom of this mountain. He spots down the player. He throws that grenade. It did not affect the player, but finally Zeol is going to have that grenade from the Hyun bin, and sprays comes around. DRX is going to secure that win over the chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen, and we have our contenders of the match number 4 taking that amazing winner chicken dinner for their team. An amazing start. DRX as well doing an amazing job, but the question still arises, the question still remains, what's the next phase going to be like? What's the next situation is going to be about, Annie? Because now, as we are going to be officially down to our last match, the very final match, let me tell you, things are definitely going to get interesting.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, right now, DRX, yes, congratulations once again to your winner in the chicken dinner. But after that, it's actually congratulations for getting a step forward to trying to vie for that number 1 spot, because it's entirely possible, especially if Good Game makes a really big mistake at map number 5, if they get picked off really early, or if they get picked off without any points whatsoever. There's DRX has a pretty good chance to getting that number 1 spot and stealing potentially the championships. And we're going to be seeing the stats later on. We'll be seeing exactly what the leaderboards look like. I don't know if we will, but yeah, definitely DRX just has a chance to kind of overtake Good Game right now, especially if Good Game will not step up. And the fact is, for these past couple of maps, they had like maybe 5-6 points. I don't know with Good Game for this particular match. I don't know how many points they had, but I think it's quite low. So I'm just a little bit worried for these guys. But right now we will be looking on to the team stats for our DRX, which is QXZZZ with 3 points, Big Papa with 2, Nia with 1, Big Mama with 0. But still, nonetheless, they get that chicken dinner 10 points. So that is a total of 16 points from this one particular map. So I think there's a possibility there's another team that has more points than DRX. We'll be seeing that in the total match summary later on. But right now, it's the MVP of the match is what I'm talking about. Sleepy HORAA just popped out of nowhere. This guy just went on the aggressive, went full Rambo, knowing that HORAA is kind of like sitting on the second half of page number 2. This guy was like, yep, I'm going on the aggressive, no survival instincts whatsoever, and the ending of that, it's a 5 eliminations and the MVP. And this is the match ending of I guess yes, it's DRX will be getting that number 1 spot, and will be tying with Team Secret with 16 points.
That is absolutely true. They will be tying with the 16 points alongside of the Team Secret. Yes, but DRX had the hashtag number 1 placement, 6 elimination, but Secret, the elimination wise, Secret is doing wonders. IC has done decent, amazing job as well, 7 elimination. Alpha Gaming did amazing, like that 10 points, that hashtag number 2 once again. Not even a single match for today has gone bad for the Alpha Gaming, Annie. But going to the match summary, it is 0 vehicle elimination, 6 grenades won, 68 are the total elimination numbers of this game, 3 airdrops were looted, and last but not the least, it is Sleepy HORAA with the longest elimination distance of 376 meters by this guy. A good initiative, nonetheless, a good initiative going around for the HORAA Esports, even though they are struggling to secure those top placements for themselves. They are still on the second chart, second page of the overall ranking, and kind of very at the bottom. Like, look at that, hashtag number 16, 44 points for them. It's not a good game, but DRX, 122, good game, 133, just 11 points of a difference. Then we have Alpha Gaming with 5 points of a difference and 117 points for them as well. Team Flash, 113, 11, 111 in fact for the EARENA. Last but not the least, Inner Circle with the 100 crossover is going to be on the hashtag number 6, IC, 109 points.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, That is an 11-point difference between DRX and Good Game. They cannot be complacent at this rate.
Yeah.
And yeah, that is just gonna be a lot of, tense. Tense, a very, very tense map number 5 later on. And we're gonna be going on to our final match
Yes.
for this grand finals. Everything will be culminating to this last map. I think we have a pretty good idea as to who are actually the real contenders to the top 5 and even the champions of this tournament. So, you know what? It's gonna all hinge on this last map, and so we're all gonna be looking forward to that. So right now, before that happens, we will be taking a short break. So guys, do not go anywhere. Look forward to this final map, and we'll be seeing you in a few minutes.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again with the final match, the conclusive match that is on its way. This is the Miramar of the PMTG Nepal Pro Season number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it is Torix, and with me on the caster desk for the whole journey, it is Annie. Once again, welcome back to the show. And throughout the games, especially the day number 3 today, it's a very chaotic and kind of like a very alpha gaming-ish side.
Absolutely. I'm really happy to see Alpha Gaming just suddenly rack up so many points, especially today. I mean, we
Yeah.
saw that back to back chicken dinners in the first 2 matches. In the third match, they got second place. And the previous matches we just saw, they had a considerable amount of points as well. Like something that absolutely cannot be ignored. In fact, they're climbing up the leaderboard so
Oh,
fast
that's
that
true.
they're part of the teams that are kind of vying for that rank number 2 right now. And I don't know, it's just an absolutely amazing turn of events, especially for Alpha Gaming.
True.
But right now, my worries will be on Good Game Esports, who is slowly but surely probably gonna be overtaken by DRX. And of course, for
Weird.
DRX, we're very happy for these guys because for most of the time it was like I think everyone was like banking on Team Flash to kind of go up against them, but all of a sudden it's actually gonna be DRX. But of course, there's other teams to look out for as well. Gonna be DRX, Team Flash, Good Game, of course Alpha Gaming also joining into the fray. Inner circles probably fell off just a little bit, but maybe the page 1 teams, they still have a little bit of a chance to kind of like
Yeah.
touch maybe rank number 3, rank number 4, so on and so forth. But right now I'm really excited to see what the conclusion of this tournament is going to be later on, because this is their last chance. This is the last map for our grand finals.
Oh, the final match that's going around, the final game that will be played by these players to either secure that number 1 spot or to come in close to that number 1 spot to secure that title, that bigger prize pool. I think it's top 3 or top 5 for the prize pool. I'm not sure. If it's top 5, you are kind of chill, but you still needs to like be in a higher placement to get more chunk of the prize pool. Yes, you can get the prize pool up until the top 5, I do believe so. But if you need the bigger chunk, you have to be into the top 3. If you need a bigger chunker, and then you have to be into the number 2 or the number 1, because I do believe so. It is around 60% of the prize pool that is going onto the hashtag number 1, and then it's you can choose out the rest. If it's 3, then it's somewhere around maybe 30ish kind of thing of all of that situation. And at the same time, if it's top 5, then you're just going to be getting a smaller bit of chunk for yourself. But yes, we are waiting for the final match to begin. We are waiting for that final like engagement to actually execute, the fights to actually start. And let's just take a look at the overall ranking for a slight bit once again, because look at this. Good game, 133, 122 for the DRX. DRX play good match. Team GG does not play good or play like the same as they are playing right now. They're going to be taken out. They are going to be overtaken by the DRS if that's the case. Alpha Gaming, they're also doing good. 122, like 17 points is a decent number. It's a very decent number. There is a slight possibility with the winner chicken dinner and some decent number of eliminations, you can get onto the number 1 as well. Flash, they kind of fell short. They were number 2, but after DRX's Alpha Games reign, how they like played these games, they kind of fell short and became the hashtag number 4 right now.
Yes, absolutely. And well, Team Flash, we really kind of expected a lot of these guys, and we really thought that maybe they'll be the contenders for Good Game. But yeah, this is what happened. Alpha Gaming all of a sudden shot up all the way to number 3 and even contending for number 2. That is a 5-point difference. And also for DRX, however, DRX is so close to Good Game right now. And Alpha Gaming still has a chance. If they have a really good game, that perhaps they can go ahead and overtake and take that number 1 spot. But perhaps a little bit hard. That's like a 21-point difference between Good Game and Alpha Gaming, and that's considering the fact if Good Game gets absolutely 0 points, gets a null points for this last match. So Alpha Gaming perhaps might be a little bit hard to catch up to Good Gaming. but a good game rather. But DRX, they definitely have a chance. So we're gonna be watching out for DRX and good game for the battle of the championships. But otherwise, for rank number 2, rank number 3, number 4, we're still banking on either maybe Alpha Gaming or Team Flash to go up against each other. Even EARENA. EARENA is only a couple of points away from the rank number 2. But over here, yes, this is the map schedule. We did see our Rondo. We saw our last two Erangel maps.
Yeah.
And we saw the last Miramar map as well. And now we're going to be ending this tournament with the last and final Miramar map. And if we're going to be going off from what we saw a while ago in the first Miramar map, finally the teams are kind of playing it safe. But just to tell the least, and maybe the teams that are kind of in page number 2, maybe they're not going to be working as hard anymore as they did in the past few days. And maybe that just means they're kind of just like cannon fodder for
Yeah.
the top teams in page number 1. I can't believe you agreed to that. But then, yeah, that is the reality. There are teams that clearly will not be taking any sort of cut from that price pool. So we're kind of going to be expecting that maybe they're going to be falling off and not make maybe like kind of just standing there being extra elimination points for the big names. But otherwise, it's also going to be compensated by how much fire we're going to be seeing from our next for our top maybe 8 teams that'll be vying for the prize pool. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is the final map for our PUBG Mobile Training Grounds Pro Nepal Season 3. And this flight path in the last Miramar map will be going from Campo Militar all the way down to Valle de Mar.
It is going from the Campo Militar all the way to the Valle del Mar. At this point in time, it is cutting the whole map into 2 by sections. You can see one corner, the northern western corner, the southeastern corners. It's been divided into that. But San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, Picado, all these areas that's accessible for the players, accessible for the teams. It's a decent spot. It can be a decent spot for them. They just have to like play it kind of safe, and at the same time just hope that this match actually like works out for them till the very end, because you need to make sure that it's working out for you. There is no other way. There is no other way to how I can like say it otherwise. You have to make it work, because your price pool distribution, your title is right now is at stake because of this map. And wrong moves, one even wrong move is gonna instantly mean you're not gonna be able to like secure or claim any of that price pool whatsoever. But here we go, the players are close. Annie, I wanted to add one more thing when I agreed with you on that cannon fodder thing. Right now, the teams that are at the bottoms, they are going to be the most deadliest one amongst all of them. Why? Because they have nothing to lose, but the other team has everything to lose at this point in time. Team SKYFORCE coming around versus EARENA. You can see the fights happening. EARENA is securing those eliminations as SKYFORCE is down to the last player. EARENA is also going to lose 2 of their own team members. This is a very, very panicking situation going around for the players, for the teams. We are seeing SKYFORCE with the heavy artillery, Uzi in the face front, no helmet, no vest. It's just going to be bare face, bare chest player at this point in time. And Riley finally gets eliminated. That's the first elimination, first team confirmation that we are going to have. And EARENA, with the 2 loss of their players, they are going to have those casualties to their name.
Absolutely. And while it's been quite a first couple of minutes into this game, wow. Okay, we're down to 17 teams already one wiped out team, and of course EARENA is gonna be the second one that is gonna be going down, thanks to BURMESE GHOULS wiping them out. And right now it's gonna be we're gonna be watching out for TIANBA as well. I think we see a little bit of an engagement over here. THUNDERTALK Gaming going up against Team Secret. There's gonna be a potential 1 versus 1. There's a cooking, takes a little bit of damage from their own grenade from that. THUNDERTALK trying to come in. Ooh, that's 1 down on the side of Team Secret, but there's still another person from Team Secret lurking about. But Doc does get finished off. King is trying to run away, but Zerus hunts them down, doesn't let them get away. That's one elimination on their side. Could be looting up the place. And well, that's it for THUNDERTALK Gaming, and I think there's still a couple of players left to go in that vicinity. But right now we're down to 15 teams and 56 players left remaining. And to think that it's still been 3 minutes, almost just shy of 4 minutes into the game. So we're kind of just watching out to what's gonna happen right now. I mean, TIANBA over here, they're going up against GG, and GG cannot afford. Oh my gosh, GG lost one player already. I'm saying this, they cannot give this number one spot to DRX. This is such a crucial map for a good game right now if they want to keep that number one rank. This is their last chance. But on the other hand, DRX, they have a 11-point difference between them and GG, and they can absolutely get that championship for themselves. So right now we're kind of just watching these two amazing teams going up against each other. GG's Soul 3-man team, and there's TIANBA nearby. TIANBA already picked off Kaya. Disconnected already, but TIANBA is gonna be rotating inside. Let's see if the game will be trying to hit that, but unfortunately the car will survive that onslaught. And let's see if TIANBA is gonna be disembarking right now. GG is gonna be closing in, going on the aggressive. It's a 3-4-3. Aching falls. Nang X get that knockdown. I think Aching's gonna be finished off as well. Grenade coming in. TIANBA is losing their health one after the other. Good game, however, gonna be down to Ranzer and all that stuff. Gonna be inside of this house. There's two active players on TIANBA. Jump shot! Ooh, it's Ranzer gonna get that knockdown, but Ranzer has to worry about another player very low on health, 1 versus 1, and still manages to wipe out TIANBA. Ranzer, last person standing, at least they still have a place in this game. But GG is down to one last player. Still, they have a considerable amount of elimination points. Maybe they can cushion their fall just a little bit and put a little bit of space between them and DRX, but still, I'm worrying a little about good game.
I am too, Annie, at this point in time. The situation is not looking good for them, right? So whenever this thing is happening, it's happening back and forth, and the teams really need to do something about it. You have to like make sure that you are doing some decent jobs. But here we go, alter ego on our screen. So far, we do have to see what's going to happen. The grenade is being thrown. It's not connecting. It's not like engaging with the players or anything of that sort. But here we go. Alter ego coming around. Ares taken down Alva right there, and then it's an elimination coming around, and Alter Ego is out of the match. Going out with the one elimination to their side, they are going to give out 3 eliminations to the other team.
Absolutely, and well, Alliance, they did quite well, but still not good enough to kind of contend with the rest of the page one. But still, it's nice to see that they have 3 elimination points already. Still 13 teams left in the running. ASI, it might be a little bit of trouble. Crypto already losing their lives, but not credited to any one team. So, I don't know what happened over there. Actually, I don't see any sort of team nearby. But anyways, maybe it's just a little bit of a mishap with the Molotov. But nonetheless, yes, ASI8 still in the game. We're going to be watching the Xavier as well. And still a lot of teams that still have the full squad. Right now, it's just a good game with the solo player. Team Secret down to 2 players as well. ASI8 lost 1 player. And just watching out, just based on the leaderboards alone, Alliance is also down to 3 players. But right now, we're going to be see on our screen Xavier going up against DPLUS Kia, potentially just scouting the area. Lamborghini's just checking the place out. Manages to see some bodies on the ground, and we'll be watching out if they're going to be going on to get that engagement in. Lamborghini getting that just a little bit more discipline on their side, just waiting for the rest of the Xavier to swoop in, and they're going on the aggressive. There's one on the sniper side, and everyone else is going to be going to the front lines. DK falling one by one. Noble is going to be the first to get knocked out. Chips is still on the 2nd floor. Grenade's going to be bombarding the area, and it looks like The rest of the Xavier, they're not going to be storming in just yet. They're going to be trying to get some grenade hits, and Chips is going to be falling. One elimination on their side, and Nate T does get the Grenade Master achievement that we're going to be seeing in this map. I think there's still someone left from DK, and it's going to be Fabian. Fabian's right there behind the other buildings. In fact, it's going to be in the shed. And Persian has an idea as to where they are. I don't know where the grenades are trying to be thrown in. They're trying to aim it towards that window over there. And I think we're just gonna be under numbers advantage. You're gonna be storming in and finish job, and that is it. DPLUS Kia will be completely eliminated off with the Xavier walking away for eliminations, and still their whole squad still alive, thankfully. And this is the fact that they executed that aggression so well. They had one person on the sniper side on the upper ground just waiting, just giving them information as to where the visions are, where all the DK players are, and then there's a three on the ground just sweeping in and finishing the job. Absolutely beautiful execution. Right now, let's see if Team Secret and Alliance are gonna be going on and giving their own engagements as well.
Yeah, that is the thing. They have to be careful on those engagements and everything. But right now, look at that. Alliance Secret. It's fighting. It's the fight that's happening and the engagement that is going on. But 12 teams are remaining. I was expecting this match to go super chaotic, super aggressive. But no, Eddie. It's not going aggressive. It's not going aggressive whatsoever. And there we have it. There we go. Fights are finally going around. The teams are coming into the play. T as Zeus coming around. And one player has been eliminated. And Wait, hold up a second. Zeus was the final man remaining into the game. And as soon as he got eliminated, Team Secret is out. That is absolutely insane. That is absolutely chaotic from this point onward. From 13, 12 teams, we're down to 11, out of which GG. Oh my god, I just realized GG. Yeah, they got some eliminations from 133 to 138, but they're down to the very last guy, DRX. Oh my god, this is your chance. Alpha Gaming, this is your chance. If you do good, you can have that #1 spot.
Absolutely. They're banking on that. Inner Circle might be denying that from Alpha Gaming as of the moment, because this guy with the emoji face for their username, I mean, they're trying to put a lot of pressure up against Alpha Gaming. Alpha Gaming, they are not in the best position. They are out in the open. You do not want to be caught in the middle of the field like that with several guns pointing at you, several scopes spotting you. But nonetheless, WEIBO Gaming versus Burmese schools are somewhere out there. Something's happening. Team Flash as well as the Xavier. Multiple engagements happening all over the map. You can see from the leaderboards, BG is down to 2 active players. Team Flash is down to 1 active player. One wrong move and Team Flash might be completely wiped out, and DX, all the while, yes, they will be the first to get wiped out in that particular snippet of time. But here we're going to be seeing WEIBO Gaming going up against Burmese schools. Burmese schools managed to reset after that engagement, and WEIBO Gaming, they're back to sort of more or less back to the start, trying to take down the rest of the players from Burmese schools. But right now, this guy, I don't know, I can only first character. They're kind of running around in the open field, and they got caught up by Burmese schools. I believe it's gonna be O2 that's gonna be knocking down by unknown right now. But Master Ichi gets spotted by Sauce on WEIBO Gaming. WEIBO Gaming is down to their last player. They're about to be fodder for Burmese schools right now. They're about to be a stepping stone, but nonetheless, they will try to get this elimination. They have absolutely nothing to lose. Look at this guy. This guy doesn't even care about placement points right now. They just want to try and get this elimination in, doing all that they can to at least get one shot in, and Burmese schools is not giving that status easily. Definitely not. And it looks like Sauce will be taking a bit of damage. They have 13 bandages and 3 healing kits left, but still, this might be a little bit hard. BG is trying to get this last elimination point in the bag, and I think, in fact, BG is going to be going ahead and rotating nearer into the area. All the while, Sauce is still trying their best to get at least one shot in, but unfortunately, Burmese Ghouls is not going to be toppled down that easily.
I mean, at this point in time, the way the teams are fighting, anything is possible, man. Alpha Gaming, the team that had like a potential to secure the winner chicken dinner, get onto the very top, they have been denied that because of the 2 eliminations that they're going to face. Inner Circle is another team on the hashtag number 6. Even if with the winner chicken dinner, the chances are slim that they're going to get the number 1. So the number 2 is where they might be trying to get themselves into. There's also the team GG with a solo player just chilling out there somewhere into this map. We don't know where, nobody knows where, but he's chilling out there somewhere. But Flash is another name, 117 points. That still has the potential with a 3-man squad remaining to their side to secure the winner chicken dinner. And if they do secure the winner chicken dinner, a decent number of eliminations, they just might be able to take over the side of the GGs and take that top placement for themselves. But we are seeing Burmese Ghouls looting up those airdrops, coming around into the areas. 98 points for the Burmese Ghouls. Come on, I want to see all Alliance, WEIBO Gaming. I need HORAA to like engage in all of the fights, try to find out the players, go fight with them without like having to think about your placement or ranking or giving out any other points to any other players. I need these guys to like be a very aggressive team. But whoa, I see blowing up the car of the team Alpha Gaming. Alpha Gaming with this is down to the very last guy. That is Refus is in this building, in this shack. He's gonna bring out some smokes cover. The moment he's going to jump out, he's going to get out of that door, there are going to be a ton of sprays. Let me tell you, a ton of sprays on this guy. Maybe trying to take him down, maybe trying to take him out of the equation. But let's see if the players from the team Flash are going to be able to like secure some eliminations or not. So far, it is over here. Has 12k in the hand versus Vector. Vector is going to be the deadliest gun over here that you can face in this point blank range, and that's exactly the case. FL Zeus been taken out, will be finished off in a short while. Bows, the final man standing, as a Refus also gets a knockdown again. Wait a minute. Bows is the final guy for the team Flash. Refus is the final guy. In fact, Alpha Gaming's top is the final guy for the team Alpha Gaming, which has been taken out as well. Oh my god. The chances of the team Alpha Gaming securing that winner in a chicken dinner has gone down the place, and they are not going to be securing the chicken dinner. They might not even be able to get into the top 3 now because of their placement. Team Flash, if they do not get eliminated here, they're in a very... Alpha Gaming is going to be in a very pickle spot.
Absolutely. I mean, Team Flash, they just have to stay alive. I mean, Team Flash is down to their last player, but still, there's still a good chance as long as they hide out and, you know, hope that some other team gets picked off first. And then there's a good chance that they could go ahead and overtake Alpha Gaming. But even if that doesn't happen, they could potentially tie with Alpha Gaming. I'm not sure who will go above who, but still, Team Flash has a guaranteed 1 placement point. Yes, DRX is still up in the game. GG. It's gonna be hard to get any other points after this. They just have to hold on and get as much placement points as possible. Because this guy, I don't think this last person from Good Game, I don't think this guy has any healing items, because this guy should just half health this whole time. But otherwise, DRX, very good spot to get that chicken dinner, and I think they are 16 away from getting into GG. So just assuming that maybe they get the chicken dinner, they need 6 more eliminations, and so it's very easy to do that. There's still 19 players left remaining on the field. This is DRX's stage. They could potentially get under the skin of Good Game right now. That's the real finale for this tournament. But right now, we are watching Godspeed by Burmese Ghouls trying to Godspeed Jiggle Horror, but to no avail. But otherwise, Inner Circles might be in a little bit of trouble. They're going up against WEIBO Gaming. WEIBO Gaming has only 1 person left. They're cooking up a grenade, and Sauce. I remember Sauce has been holding on to their place in Miramar for the longest time, and Inner Circle is trying to go inside of this building, trying to go and finally Sauce sees the lock. Inner Circle ends their run on this map and on this tournament. In fact, so with that, we're down to 7 teams. There's Team Flash lurking about. Burmese Schools still has a higher ground, and they're lurking about trying to get HORAA Esports into their elimination points. But right now, they'll be waiting patiently for just a little bit longer because Jiggle HORAA and Sleepy HORAA, I believe, will not be known. Rather, it's Ajaya from HORAA Esports will not be giving away their elimination points and that easily, but still Burmese Schools is still trying. They're waiting very, very patiently.
That is true. That is true. Right now, the patience is paying off. The patience will definitely pay off. I want to see how many eliminations DRX can secure, or if they can get the winner chicken dinner. The potential is there. There is the potential for the winner chicken dinner of the DRX and the Team Burmese goals. The only other team that can have the potential of securing the winner chicken dinner is going to be IC. But there we go. GG securing another elimination. Now he's going to give his life, I do believe so, to the play zone or the Burmese goals, the other players as they are coming up. DBS is going to be on to the face as 12K, now making connections. It did make connections, but not enough for the player to get eliminated, and GG is going to be the one that's going to face the wrath on the hashtag number 7. They get eliminated. 140 points in total. That's the margin that you need to cross to get to the champion's title if you need to do, and if you need to get that champion's title for yourself. DRX, that's 28 points. In fact, 18 points, my bad. 18 points. Without the winner chicken dinner, I don't think that's going to be possible unless you get like what 12 eliminations and then secure of like hashtag numbers 2 or something like that. So 6 points there, 12 there, 16. Still not going to be enough. You need to have at least either 15 eliminations and number 2, or you need to have that beautiful winner chicken dinner of the final match if you want to secure that hashtag number 1 for yourself. Otherwise, you might just get stuck over to the hashtag number 2, or reverse. Somebody might take you down, like Team Flash is alive 5 points away. They just need to survive. IC is also over there, 114. Okay, they are still in need of some decent number of points, so the chances are slim, but the chances are there because IC still has 3 man remaining.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, the fact that good games allows players to manage to get 2 eliminations before going down themselves just kind of helps, you know, put a space between them and DRX. And those 2 points might be crucial. It just gives DRX just a little bit of a harder time to kind of catch up to them. But right now, it's Lions with 7 eliminations. Okay, we're watching HORAA Esports. Last 2 players, they have 3 eliminations also. They're still denying those points from Burmese Schools, and Burmese Schools is still hunting them down, trying to get that scopes on up against them. But O2 is showing their head every now and then, never giving the exact chance to Jiggle HORAA to kind of pick them off by them. So it's just a war of attrition at this rate. But sooner or later, Burmese Schools will be forced to move because that play zone is not to their favor. It's going to be on the favor of HORAA Esports, and HORAA Esports has the advantage of the compound. But it looks like Jiggle HORAA managed to get some points in. Ajaya also gets some damage in. In fact, Utu is down to a sliver of health. So they managed to heal up. Not fast enough for HORAA Esports to give that knockdown to their side. But still, HORAA Esports, I think they're trying to look every other way because there's Inner Circles also nearby. Alliance going to be throwing that grenade. Let's see if it gets anyone from IC. Nope, it's just going to give away their location. DRX is also nearby. Trying to see that scopes in. Ooh, car coming in. All for one might be in a little bit of trouble. They're going into the smokes, but 3 versus 1 manages to get away. In fact, okay, Hyunbin Ditz falls off the car. Mistakes.
What?
Small mistakes like this might affect DRX. Oh my gosh.
No.
Oh my gosh. DRX down to 3 players. If they can heal up as fast as possible, they still have a chance to have 3 players left in the playing field. But right now, I don't know if that's gonna be like an advantage for them. They're still out of the open. If anyone spots them, it might be a little bit of trouble, especially since they haven't reset yet. Exactly what happened. The RX loses one more player to IC. Mistakes, very small mistakes like these. And QXZZ is going to be saying goodbye. Look at that, guys. I think we have our champion. We just
Oh no.
saw who is going to be our champion. But right now, it's going to be Team Flash versus BG versus IC. Who will get this chicken dinner? Team Flash, I don't know where they're standing right now. Maybe they have a chance to move up a few ranks. I can't quite remember where they are standing. But those 10 placement points, if ever they get the chicken dinner, that's going to make a huge difference. And now I'm kind of banking on watching how Team Flash is going to perform right now.
Oh, how Team Flash is going to perform is the bigger question right now, because it's a fight of a 1 versus 3 versus 3 situation. So Burmese Gold, either this team is going to get the winner in a chicken dinner, or it's going to be IC. But Inner Circles, look at that. Look at that spray going around on the Burmese Gold's player. The damage is being dealt upon. And right now we are seeing Burmese Golds kind of scattering around the area. Stage number 7 is going to be detrimental, because that is where we're going to see who is going to be our winner chicken dinner, taker of the match at number 5. And the circle actually goes towards the Inner Circle. No way. It is Inner Circle inside of that circle. There's the Team Flash inside of that circle as well. Now Burmese Goals versus IC on one corner of the map. You can see that IC slowly pushing forward, throwing those grenades. Finally gonna hit Godspeed. Godspeed is down. O2 Unknown together. They're not going to be able to do anything at all. The second grenade did a lot of damage. Imagine that elimination being stolen away from the players. But IC has his eyes onto the players in the backlands as well. That is of the Flash. The moment that player is going to show his face to do anything, to even take a TPP, okay, that's where he's going to like crumble at that time. But Inner Circles, I think it's better for you to guys push upon the player rather than waiting for him to push upon. But there we go. He pushed upon. He came outside for a short while. He put his peak, saw the player. Now he's shooting at him. Let's see if he's going to be able to knock down the player. There was a lot of damage, but not enough. It's circle closes down, and the grenade comes flying right onto the player face. It is a 3 versus 2, ladies and gentlemen, and I do believe so. It is IC that's going to have the winner chicken dinner. Look at the confidence they have. They have this car into the open zone area. The other guy, the third player of the team IC, every single one of them, in fact, has a car for his name. T24 is the only guy without a car, and he is ready to take that action into his own hands. IC is low. IC is low. Come on. Come on. Heal yourself in the right time. Otherwise, it's going to be a very, very dangerous situation for you, man.
Absolutely nothing to lose. Inner Circles and Burmese Ghouls going up against each other. 3 versus 2. Grenades coming in from Inner Circles. They managed to heal up, but just a little bit of chip damage on both sides. O2 still up a little alive. And Burmese Ghouls doing really well with 8 eliminations already. And if they can manage to wipe out IC, it could potentially be 11 eliminations. And a really good run, a really good last map. Just a little too late for the rest of this tournament, but still a good run and good practice for these guys. But right now, it's just a bunch of throwables coming in. And slowly but surely, Burmese Ghouls is running out of resources. 2 more grenades, a couple more flashes, a couple more smokes, a couple more Molotovs as well. I think there's 1 Molotov.
Yeah.
So kind of just banking on using all of your resources, trying to get as much kills as possible. But yeah, grenades coming in. IC doesn't take much damage. Burmese Ghouls just rotating into the area, hiding behind this rock formation. And IC isn't really taking that risk to kind of like just go in and swooping in. They could definitely do that with their cars, but they're choosing not to. And not quite sure. Unknown is, we're pretty much watching Unknown right now. Ooh, Inner Circle manages to get a little bit of damage in. Unknown slowly but surely getting their HP down. Bar chipped down. O2 might have gotten spotted by T24 OP. Okay. Scopes in. Let's see who's going to be coming in. Oh, Known is very low on health. Oh my gosh. Grenades coming in. Exchanges. Alright, Inner Circle is pushing in. Ooh, Unknown. It puts a little bit of damage to 2-4 OP. They're running into the open ground. This is it, guys. The last few minutes of the game, 3 versus 2. Still just giving each other some damage, depleting each other's resources. Smoke's coming in. BURMESE schools are going to be pushing in, going on the aggressive, and Unknown is still sidestepping all of those grenades. 1 versus 1 potentially behind that rock. Yes, there we have it. Unknown versus Inner Circles. Shots in. O2 right behind them. Gets shot at. Oh my gosh. BURMESE schools falls into Inner Circles, who will be getting the final winner chicken dinner for this tournament. Congratulations for an amazing run. That's double digits rather on the eliminations and the 10 points from the placement points. Congratulations once again.
22 total points. This team is going to secure 12 eliminations and 10 placements. Inner Circle, you came a little bit late. I do believe so. They came a little late. If they had done this kind of an aggression into the match number 4 and the 5, man, nobody would have stopped them from securing that top placement whatsoever. But maybe now they're on the hashtag number 2 or maybe the number 3. We never know. We will not know until the results are up, until the results are being shown. Because I can only assume the difference between the number 2 and the number 3 is going to be maybe around 2 or 3 points. That's about it. I don't think it's going to be any more than that. It's 1, 2, or 3 points of a difference and nothing more than that. But yes, who is the contenders? Who is the number 2 runner-up? Who's the second runner-up for all of these matches of the PMTG Pro Season number 3? Every team did amazing, Annie. Every team tried their level best. I've seen these teams since the week number 1, and let me tell you, it was a blast. Everybody was going completely haywire at the starting days. Then suddenly now, as stage number 3, the real stage actually begun, they're like, okay, we're slowing down our paces.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a good run, absolutely good run to all of these teams right now. And right now, we're all kind of watching out to what these final leaderboards are gonna look like. And unfortunately, yeah, Inner Circles did so well, but it's just a little bit too late. They should have got out all of this aggression and all of this risk taking from the start. But unfortunately, I mean, the tournament went on, and some teams did get complacent. Some teams got a little bit too nervous. All those small mistakes piled up, and they lost their chance on this last map. But yeah, the important thing is it's all over, and now we're all just kind of waiting for the final calculations for all of the leaderboards, and that's something that we're all waiting for. I think we have an idea as to who the champion is, but we do have to confirm it later on,
That's
more
obvious.
or less. You know what? Everyone has this on their, on their minds. But then, yeah, congratulations once again to the future champion of this tournament, and of course, maybe the real fight is kind of gonna be maybe at rank 2 to rank number 5. That's something that we'll be looking forward to. But once again, yes, this is the team stats for our winner chicken dinner up first.
That is the winner chicken dinner stats of the team IC. IQ 5, 4 for Fullock, T2 4 with the 2, and Naki with the 1 elimination to his name. This is going to round up to 12 total points for the Inner Circles. But those 12 points, that 22 points that they secured in this match alone, I don't think that's going to help you too much in securing that number 1 spot line whatsoever. You're not going to be even close by to that vicinity. Maybe somewhere into 130, 32 points. But already the other team had 139, 140 points. That was the marker. But the MVP of the match for this match, it is going to be none other than CELCOMDIGI Alliances. Wait a second. I thought, it's Allight. Allight, he's going to be the guy. 6th elimination, 717 damage, 19 meter. Wait. Longest elimination for this guy is 19 meter. He was like, I'm not even going anywhere within the 50 meters. I'm staying really, really close to you.
I don't know. I kind of imagine this guy like, yeah, with the SMG, like I'm not even gonna attempt. Like he's a 20%, like a 20-meter distance from person, and he's like, I'm not even gonna attempt to shoot at you. But then, yeah, that's the reality of it. IC does get the 22 total points. BG with 14, Alliance with 11. What is this? A top three? These guys aren't even like contending for the prize pool, and surprisingly, they're the ones taking so much of the point from the points of this final map. Team Flash coming in at number 4, however, with 9 points. GG with 7, which really saved them. And I think this kind of solidified their fate. HORAA Esports does get 6. DRX, unfortunately, we were banking on them
Yeah.
getting 16, 18 points. But unfortunately, after several unfortunate events, a series of unfortunate events, they ended up the game with only 5 points. And of course, so on and so forth. We're seeing the rest of the teams kind of performing. And yep, no
It's the
fanfare whatsoever.
champions.
It's the champions. Good game. Congratulations to these guys for being the champions of PUBG Mobile Training Ground Pro Nepal Season 3. Guys, a round of applause.
A round of applause to the Good Games. 140 points, and they are the champions of the season number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing job done by these guys. The way they like came back with that aggressive stances and everything into the second day. It was a very GG. Really a GG, just like their name games that these guys played. But yes, these are the champions. I kind of want to see the first runner-up for the whole team for the whole time. Who is the first runner-up? Who is going to be the players? Which team is the one that secured how many points and is at the number 2? How much of a difference is between the number 1 and the number 2 right now? But yes, these are the champions. These are the players that will have the title. Not only the title of the PMTG like Training Ground Pro Season 3 Nepal, but also that major chunk of that prize pool. This is the team, but yeah, Annie, I'm just waiting for the rest of the thing. And there we go. We're going to the overall ranking, ladies and gentlemen. A good game. 140. Inner Circles, 131. DRX with 127. 122 for the Flash. Alpha Gaming is there with 118. 114 for EARENA. BURMESE GHOULS, 107. ASI 895. 92 for the Secret. Alter Ego with the 90. TIANBA, 75. 73 for DPLUS. Kia Alliance with 65. All the way down to the SKYFORCE. That is at the very bottom of 39 points.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I take it back. Inner Circle suddenly getting number 2. I think this is like a combination of the fact that Inner Circles just went all in, getting that number 2 spot. All the while, everyone else in the number 2 to number 5 spot from the previous leaderboards, I don't know what happened. They went complacent or they just got nervous or something. And Inner Circles took advantage of all of that. 4 points away from DRX, they managed to snag that number 2. Surprising even me. I think surprised a lot of people, a lot of fans as well. Congratulations, guys. And that was the leaderboards. And congratulations once again to Good Game Esports for an amazing run. They are the champions for this season 3. And hopefully there's gonna be season 4 in the end.
Yes.
And we're gonna be seeing some familiar names and maybe some redemption arcs from some of these teams, because we saw some potential. We saw amazing potential. And well, hopefully some teams that fell off all of a sudden in this tournament, they'll improve in the future tournaments in the coming months. I'm sure they're going to be participating in more tournaments. So you know what, let's just hold on to that. And of course, congratulations to everyone involved, and thank you so much for tuning in.
I mean, Annie, it was amazing, and the teams, they have given out the perfect opportunity to grind even for the PMGC, because PMGC, ladies and gentlemen, let me give you a sneak peek if you don't remember, if you don't know. I do believe so. It's starting from the 24th of November. PMGC is going to begin. We have seen our group draws, stages and everything, and 24, mark your calendars. That's going to be the bigger global stage for all of these teams to shine once again into the LAN event, and they will be making a name for themselves at the very least. They will definitely make their name. And who will come out the champions for the PMGC? That is something that the time will tell. But yes, the series of the PMTG Nepal Pro Season number 3, it has came down to its end. It has came down to its end of week 1, week 2, week 3. That was broadcasted now. It was amazing. Team showed a very beautiful spirit of the gameplays. Everybody was there. Everybody was playing till the very end, whether like they were winning or not winning. They were not skipping out on any of the matches. And the best part is nobody skipped out. I love that spirit. But yes, if you want to have more updates of the PMTG or anything else regarding the PUBG Mobile, you are allowed to follow the PUBG Mobile Nepal or the PUBG Mobile South Asia Instagram page. They post a lot of information about that esports South Asia. Go follow that. And if you want some more information or want to give our feedback to us casters, our Instagram is going to be like the same names as over here. So you can search us up. It's Torix_1 for me. And I'm going to let Annie say her Instagram name as well.
Yeah, I think mine was like Annie.Yafe. But either ways, I think I got tagged on the official
Yes.
Instagram of Pudri as well. So you can go ahead and look out for them. Look out for our accounts right there as well. So yes, guys, thank you so much for tuning in all the way to the end. And yes, of course, Torix, you did mention it. I'm so happy that all 18 teams kept the spirit of the tournament and went through all 15 games. And that's just
Oh, yeah.
absolutely so beautiful. And so, once again, thank you to everyone involved, of course, the PUBG Mobile for making this possible. And of course, the teams for participating, the backends for making this stream possible, and everyone involved. And of course, Torix, thank you so much for casting this with me. And thank you for the teams, the fans, the viewers as well for always supporting. And of course, do follow our socials to see any future tournaments, and of course the PMGC as usual. So Torix, I think this is gonna be a wrap up after all. So once again, thank you so much to everyone for supporting this, and we will be seeing you when, Torix. Will it be the PMGC? I think it'll be.
I
It'll
don't
be the
know. I don't know.
PMGC that
Maybe,
we'll be
maybe
seeing
not.
this.
But we will see
Maybe
you
there's
soon
another
enough,
tournament.
ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we will see you into the next one. So until then, have a very beautiful day or the night, wherever you're from, and have a good day. Take care. This was us, Torix, Annie, signing out.